Good morning, everyone. Sup? All right, Guac. I feel better today. All right, man. Is it just because the market's down this morning and you overloaded on puts last night? What's going to happen if the market bounces? I have lots of calls. Okay, so we're going down. My over leveraged calls print. I don't really carry too many calls overnight. I kept the straddle, but uh, not a lot of upside besides that. You mean when? Well, yeah. Good morning, Jen Jen. How you doing? All right, let's see. Looks like dollars down still in the pre-market. Yields recovered a little bit, I think, from their low here. Yeah, not too bad. Well, at least from last night's low. Uh, but dollar's still down. Yen up against the dollar. Yuan up against the dollar. Euro and pound up against the dollar as well. 1 month correlation starting to turn around a little bit. We're seeing an uptick in vol and volatility on futures. The synthetic swap for the JPY carry trade is now down almost 150% from the Bank of Japan decision on the 31st. Bond vol picked up yesterday a little bit, which could be a good sign for a breakdown in correlation. And skew dropped from a high of 54, which gives us about it's like a 20% chance for a 2 standard deviation move and a 5% chance for a 3 standard deviation move. 3.5% chance for a 3 standard deviation move. WeBull making me wait an extra day to settle my trades. Fuckers. Why'd you get a GFA or something? How are dollar yields and SPX down? Because things don't need to make sense. You want them to, logically, but that's not a requirement. Ding ding. So first downside resistance on the on SPX is going to be 45.30. Be looking for some stability there. Remember, the market maker is going to be buying the dip, so the downside could be kind of plotting until we're below like 45.15, 4500. No, the bear confirms a bit lower. We're like right at the bear signal for ES. The bear confirms at like 45.35. And really probably at like, well, we'll see if we hold this range. But there's another confirmation down at like 45.10 on futures as well. That's pretty important. Yeah, 45.35. Those are all EOS. If I understand correctly, the end yesterday, one should buy puts now because ES has touched the bear signal, right? One could with tight stops. Remember those signal lines are support and resistances, right? So if you bought a put here, you're buying a continuation. My guess is above the norm. Deviations above likely. Hopefully Airbnb hits 125 so I can pick up those spreads. Yeah, that's kind of that'd be kind of cool. Tesla's still nowhere near my buy-in range. It looks like it's getting a little bit of a bounce here. Double check Airbnb. Oh yeah, Airbnb is looking a little bit better. Let's see if Dork's up. Good morning, Dork. Ooh, interesting. In the money call interest falling off a bunch at market open. If we lose 45.30, there's a small put ramp, very small, down to the collar, where once again there's resistance. Jimmy Nopex confirmed? No, unfortunately, it's still too early. But it does look like a steaming pile of shit. And generally, you don't need to taste those to figure out if they are in fact shit. Jimmy is dead. Dead. Rip all my friends and family who I got to buy in at $200. I hope you're trolling. No, sometimes I like to. Alright, fair. I'm expecting T plus 2 for Fubo today. I mean, T plus 2 begins today. IWM is dropping. That's going to provide some liquidity to Fubo. I would be careful. Index moves down aren't going to benefit that trade very much. It's far more like liquid than, GME or Upstart or something like that. It's probably not going to pick up a lot of negative beta against its main index. Was the 4450 through 4575 call gamma 0 DTE or longer dated? Mostly 4550 through 4575. Are you talking about like the sold calls that are in the money? A lot of those are December, but those are mostly below 4500. We've picked a very wide range of call interest there. The 4570 and 75s are mostly sold. Everything from kind of where we are through 45, 55, 60 is mostly bought. So 45, 50 through 75. Most of those that came in today were bought. in the pre-market. That doesn't mean they're going to print. And some of them have already fallen off. Probably a little bit of them closing out as we broke below 45.50 on ES. A pullback to the uptrend here puts us at around 45, like 45.40, 45.35 ES. So that's around 45.25 on SPX. If the uptrend breaks down, which it could, we may not get a bump and run. But if the uptrend breaks down, then we'd be looking to like 45.20, 45, 4,500, I guess, after that. It should be closer to that 43.93 resistance on SPX. I have a great fear that NVIDIA is going to Hulk peen for up earnings on some bullshit. Okay, well, why is that a fear? Vol shorting. Watch out for a bounce. That's like a 30-day 3 standard deviation move, Bob, on the first skew. That's a big fucking move. So like when skew goes up like that, it means that people are willing to pay more for tail risk hedging. And it implies that market participants expect some sort of tail event, right? Or there's a greater expectation of a tail event possibly occurring. In observance of Thanksgiving Day, United States, all major U.S. stock exchanges will be closed on Thursday, November 23rd, 2023, and will close early, 1 p.m. Eastern, on Friday, November 24, 2023. Thank you so much, Seacraft. I wouldn't have known that if you hadn't sent me that and 8 other brokerages this morning. Tesla OPEX. No, probably not. Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to find out. This could very well just be covered calls closing. I don't think it's necessarily OPEX. How much faster does my theta burn this week? I don't know. How much theta do you have? Garbage C3 AI having an OPEX. Didn't they just drop like 10% because they're a fraudulent company that doesn't actually do anything? I mean, frankly, it just looks really volatile. But I thought they like laid off a bunch of employees because they don't make money or something. They got an upgrade from Oppenheimer today. Yeah, they cut. They cut some jobs. I don't know how many. I'm not really sure how they employ anyone anyway. 200 staff laid off. Okay. It's so hard to be a bear. Well, then don't be one. I mean, if you're trading the internet, you really shouldn't let biases affect your decision making. I will say there is some put buying going on, but also some call buying. So kind of just mixed interest here. Probably just put profit taking on AI. Yeah, it's possible. Is this a good time to get into the Airbnb play? Let me check the Greeks for this morning first, because I'm sure that they moved up a little bit yesterday. So, yeah, DN is at 125, GN's at 126. So those are probably the levels I'd look for like additional downside confirmation. And we are just below gamma neutral. However, those can also act as a bounce, right? So I'll probably wait to enter until it loses 125. That way I can kind of confirm that, we're going to hold below those levels. And I'll probably keep a stop on it until it breaks below like 123, 123.90. Yeah, 124.10, I guess. Why is the guy who makes nukes a stock analyst now? Did you see the Tim Apple interview? Dua Lipa asked him about HOS future replacement. Yes, that's real. No, I don't know what's happening either. No, I didn't. Would you like me to bug you about Airbnb every time it gets a new low for the day, or complain about every green candle? These services are free, by the way. I've got neither one. I do not want to subscribe. Unsubscribe. Dad, on a scale of 1 New York City girl with daddy issues, how unstable is the vol short position? I don't know, probably about as unstable as your relationship with your mother. I was super looking for that 3.5 test. Not good. Russell's down. If Russell sees a bounce today, Fubo holds 308, maybe better. Fubo breaks below 308. I'm probably going to sell more covered calls. I sold some yesterday, but I kind of want to get some more done. Let's see. Russell's down about 111 basis points right now, and it doesn't look particularly good. It's about to lose. Yeah, it's about to lose delta and gamma neutral, which could cause it to slide. If Russell slides, I don't think FUBU will see a lot of positive price action. 177.84, 177.91. So it's already below GN and DN. The next really important level is 171.73. Huh. XRT is getting shit on today. Yeah, it's not looking particularly bullish just yet. Is it just me or 45.50 is kind of cheap this morning? No, it's not just you. Options are just cheap. Is coin bullish? I have no idea. I don't really trade it very often. Bitcoin's having a terrible day, so I don't see why it would be. Did you sell BTUCCs yesterday? Some, yeah. It's really not doing much today. This is a great buying opportunity for GME. I'm gonna buy 1,000 shares now. Okay, man. You subscribe? No, unsubscribe. Unsubscribe, Thunder. Approximately 1,000 boats will gather in Turkey on Wednesday before heading toward Gaza in an attempt to break the Israeli blockade. Just like what kind of boats? At the money, Delta's cheap as fuck. Dinghies. Did you average down IWM? No, but I kind of want to now. Hmm. Does it expire tomorrow? Fuck that. Mm. gonna wait a little bit. Because I think indexes might bounce here. Maybe. Decent sell-off this morning. Well, it's kind of turning down on the 15. Yeah, I might wait a second. I kind of want to see how far SPX pulls back to the upside on this bounce before I go short anything. Yeah, that's because Fubo's got a massive float stocks. I knew the second I heard 1,000, Breton has never used another number. It's always buy 1,000, then moan about it, then tell us they're selling for a loss and that only bears win. Yep, that's usually how it goes. What if we bounce between 45.30 and 45.40 until we all die? All right, that's. I'm not gonna say that's not a possibility. $313 from Russia, 12 from Spain. Happened years ago, and it turned out the boats were filled with nothing but military-aged males. They're trying to say the boats cannot be inspected. Are you talking about the tiny convoy of fishing dinghies? It's hilarious how not bullish the front page of Bloomberg currently is. Well, it's not bearish enough. A lot of call buying at 35, 40. Bull's really aiming for the gap. Hmm. Yeah, I'd be careful. I'd be careful going short here. It might work out, but they're trying to keep it from dropping more, I think. CBOE sent me a newsletter to let me know that I can harness the power of options for volatility. What the fuck? Is this positioning for FOMC minutes later today? It very well could be, yeah. Should I be reading news? Is trading on gut instinct a bad strategy? I don't think news is going to really provide you a lot of information. Generally speaking, it doesn't. FOMC's 2 p.m. Oh no, FOMC's tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow at 2 p.m. Is it today? It's today at 2 p.m. Holy shit, I forgot about that. Yeah, today at 2 p.m. It's on Tuesday this time because of the holiday, I think. It's usually on Wednesdays. So yeah, 2 o'clock. It's just the minutes. It's not a meeting. It's just the minutes from the last meeting. Is the data in 2 minutes impactful? The housing shit? Yeah, it can be. What's up, NW? Housing sales are way the fuck down. And down 4.1% month over month. Poof, fuck. That's rough. Lol, duh. Yeah. No JPO. Viewers to likes ratio is the worst it's been in a minute. Let's drop a like for our boy. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. And I appreciate it. That sounds sincere. I think it did. Ew. Transports have strength this morning. Okay. So just chopping here until FOMC minutes since housing data caused no reaction. It's a little bit of reaction. But yeah, we could get stuck. Imagine shilling this channel. See the market through the eyes of PiFi. Become a billionaire today and gain access to Pickless picks. Fuck you, Carl. Moral victory. Not an overly positive reaction to the news in the options market. Small caps seem to have liked it a little bit, though. Bouncing back up to test GN on IWM. Tech doesn't really care. Stays starting out hot with a $4 trading range. Why no reaction to housing data? I'm not sure anybody knows what to make of it. That's a big drop for month over month. But it's existing home sales, right? So that's going to be confusing. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? Is this healthy? Yeah, man. That looks awesome. It's only slightly worse than the beginning of the Great Financial Crisis, right? Oh, sure. Ah, wait, no, that is it. It's existing home sales. How many Airbnbs are going to be counted in that? Only the ones that are being sold. It's the lowest print since August of 2010. Sales slid in the Northeast, South, and West, but were unchanged in the Midwest. Everyone has a house, right? We're good. Don't worry, improvement can come in a few months with a fresh drop in mortgage rates, realtor says. You don't need a drop in mortgage rates, crypto. You can always just refinance, right? It's so easy to refinance depreciating assets that are losing equity. You know it's bad when realtors say you can wait a few months. Marry the mortgage crisis, date the depression. Uh, I can refinance my GME shares. No. Can I refinance the mortgage I've had for 18 months at 3.5%? Stop bragging, Carl. It's unbecoming. Also, JFresh has a better rate than you. So those are only down 14.6% from a year ago. Yeah, it's healthy, right? Is your Profitec running off your cistern? I don't know the second thing you said is, but no. 2.5% slow clap at JFresh. Do you think you could put sparkling water in a humidifier and it would be an aromatic masterpiece? Hmm. Interesting. UVX calls for December 29. Enough time for a significant uptick in volatility, do you think? I'm not sure that's the best instrument to play long vol with. Hmm. Do I have the high score of 7%? At least my wife got the color of house she wanted, right? Oh, Brett. I'm sorry. I thought cistern was a rainwater storage device. I had one in a previous house. Concrete room filled with water. Great for hiding the bodies. But then you ruin the water. La Croix, sparkling humidified air, and pamplemousse. Is this a slow grind up? No, your eyes have deceived you. We're still trading in a $4 range. I'm looking to get an air purifier with a heater all in one, like the Dyson, but I'm also considering more clothes and a box fan with a HEPA filter. Which one? You know, the box fan with the HEPA filter is pretty fucking effective. Like, it works better than most air purifiers. Actually, one of my buddies has that in the basement of his, like, I think it's his grandparents' house. They have, like, a big rainwater collection, like, room down in the basement. Days like today made me wish I was an MM so I could sell options. Too bad that's illegal for retail. It's not popcorn. In Colorado, until 2 years ago, it was illegal to collect rainwater. I always kind of wanted to go to prison for that. I feel like that's more of like a regulation for farmers. I think I know more about the law than you, Guac, because of your Somali law degree. I thought Girk's pretty quiet today, and then I saw that the stream froze for 4.5 minutes. Uh, Today's gonna be weird and shitty because of RV, right? Uh, oh, look, Dork. It's finally happening. Realized vol and volatility are now even. At 13.5. Hmm. Well, either realized vol is going to continue down or volatility is going to move up. Yeah, I don't. But the arbitrage is closed. I mean, they weren't fucking bought, Bob. Do you think nicotine makes you focus better? It's a mild stimulant. I don't know if it does anything, but maybe it does. Don't get mouth cancer. Are we gonna realize vol going down more? Are we gonna narrow to a 3 instead of $4 range? Uh, flat to FOMC minutes. Jesus, I hope not. I guess defending 45.30 is kind of important for the bullish positioning. They don't want to fall back to the collar because most of the long side call support that low sold off yesterday. So this resistance was kind of important. And we're kind of staying just above it, right? At 45.35. What do you keep talking about, Redbook? I thought those were just DVD vending machines. I mean, that's not too inaccurate of an assessment of American retail. Pretty massive 45.50, 45.55. Orders just hit the tape. Yeah, those look like sold calls. Your thoughts on oil spikes causing the BOJ to tighten? Oil has some effect on. I mean, they're very import reliant, right? So oil definitely has an effect on their inflation, but and a more significant one than we feel here in the U.S. But I don't think that's the only thing driving the carry trade to break down faster. Um, the Bank of Japan's decision to no longer intervene in the FX market is going to have a far more significant effect, right? Because that basically uncaps risk on the trade. Thank you so much, by the way. For trading with IBKR, do you recommend Trader Workstation or the desktop app? You could use either one. I like the desktop app, but Workstation's fine too. Fubo fighting for 308. Yeah. I sold some more covered calls on it. I woke up at 2 a.m. to read Pickles Fix like you told us, and all I learned was how hard my wife can kick me until I turn the light off. I also forgot everything when I woke up. Excellent. Can you explain the carry trade but use anime lady tatas? No. Well, you can use so there's IBKR desktop and then there's Trader Workstation. And then I think there's another one. You can use like the client portal, and then there's TC. Oh, what the fuck is that one called? TC 2000 or whatever. I think TC 2000 became their own brokerage instead of just charting and trading software. I can't remember though. But they're separate. There's Workstation, and then there's also like the TW or IBKR desktop app. IWM bouncing because of the data. It did a little bit. I'm not really sure who benefits from home sales going down. It may just be pulling back to like gamma neutral, right? Which is kind of where it's at. Find them, keep your secrets. Does the BOJ have any plan if the stuff just goes really bonkers? I mean, they said they'd intervene in the event of extreme volatility. I'm looking for an exit from December Tesla puts. Is there a better exit soon, or can we stay at these levels for quite a while? Let's see. What did Tesla bounce back up this morning? It's kind of losing that positioning now. So I'm still looking for that break on 230 for Tesla to confirm more downside. Looks like a lot of this morning's price action was just short call closing. So I don't think it's inherently bullish or anything. But there's some news that they plan to build a $2 billion factory in India. And there was a class action suit against them that was dismissed. At least until the complaint is amended. Which way is SPX going today? How would you feel about just right here? Yeah, that was a big VIX short. Although it doesn't seem to be matter much. It's not really having an immediate effect on price. Jesus Christ. That might be a little bit of like normalization actually. As realized vol falls under implied vol. Maybe bearish? That'd be cool. Yeah, IWM can drop if SPX bounces. They don't they're not that intertwined. They have kind of loose correlation. One's kind of mostly focused in different sectors. Not a lot of tech in IWM. VIX down, bearish. Well, it bounced right back. Is Nvidia dead? I wish. No. But they're having a rough day. I wish it was a lot rougher. Like, it would just fall to 480 so I can close my fucking bull call spreads before earnings. Most of Nvidia's upside move yesterday was due to the fact that it started to squeeze out the 500 short calls. But if those reposition today, then that'll create that same upside resistance again. QQQ is looking a little more sad. Oh, come on, popcorn. That's a $6 range. This is fucking lame, dork. Ooh, NQ's slipping a bit. Yeah, crash tech. Hmm. How can we look at NQ on WeBull? Uh, fuck. There's a way to look at it, but it's a 15-minute delay, so it's kind of useless. Yeah, NDX, I guess, would probably be your best for like live. I mean, just look at QQQ. It's not gonna be that different. Dork bear things. Now we have a $10 trading range. This is very exciting. I bought some NVIDIA 425Ps for 12.1. Then to offset my bearishness, I then got Tesla 190p's for 12.1. Do you think I should get Netflix for 30p's for 12.1 to offset? That's okay. You're not offsetting your bearishness by buying puts on everything, McChuggets. Can we finally get bearish again? Still need to go down a lot more for things to get really bearish. It's down 4.1% month over month, hamburger. Does the golden child of AI usually tank into earnings? I mean, it can, right? Like, people want to get out before the earnings statement's released. That used to happen to Tesla a lot. How are they keeping VIX so low? Because we're really not down that much yet, and we haven't hit any of the like bigger pockets of Vega risk. Where's Bear confirm? For today, yes. Oh, I turned it off. Hold on. Yes, 45.35. So we're about $4 off. It'll be a breakdown of this trend here. Where is it? There it is. So we're kind of looking kind of looking at this trend to break down. And we'd also kind of be looking here at your favorite ES strike of 45.0825. You remember that one? How could you forget? I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't understand the push down with yields continuing to drop. Yields aren't the only driver of market price. They're a driver. Officer, I've never seen that strike in all my life. It was the resistance we kept getting hung up on last week and not failing while you were holding 4500p. Yep, Airbnb's a bag of shit. Only Google and Tesla are up today. Everything else is down. Is this because of the breakdown in the USD JPY carry? Um, Partially, right? Remember that spread is leveraged, and as it collapses, margin has to be additionally collateralized. At 2466 is the last real support for Upstart. Free fall from here. Upstart kind of looks like garbage. I don't think 2466 is like a very valid resistance, but there's some support at like 2335. After that, back to like 2050, 20. It looks like they're not really having any problem shorting it. Nvidia falling really helps with liquidity in the Upstart ETFs. You're get a rapid sell-off if in-the-money calls start taking profit. I mean, we're kind of seeing that happen already. But yeah, there's defensive call positions all the way down to 4,500. If they start closing, we could. We're seeing out of the money long call positions closing. Pretty much everything that came in this morning is now gone. I'll give you guys an update on that chart here. So overall interest has flattened out quite a lot. We've seen a pretty steady sell-off in calls since about 10 o'clock. Which is right around the time the housing data came in. Boop. So yeah, all that out of the money call interest at like 55, 60, 65, 70, that's closed off. There's still some, right? Like if we bounce, it can get kind of bullish, but we haven't yet. And we're on that put ramp down to 45.15, so that can kind of help push our downside a little bit more. But then sub 45.15 is pretty well defended still. Honest thoughts on NVIDIA earnings tonight? I don't know. They're going to have to make up some bullshit to get out of the fact that they lost $5 billion in sales to China. But I'm sure they'll be able to. No, no one has, Breton. Honest thoughts on NVIDIA earnings tonight. Cut the call side of your straddle. Yeah. Kind of when we failed 45.30, but I still cut it. Today's not a great morning for straddles. I mean, the puts are okay, but it's like I think I'm only gonna get like 5 or 6% today, unless we drop more, because I've got a pretty tight stop. In observance of Thanksgiving Day, all markets will be closed Thursday, November 23rd. Yep. Do they need to keep a medium range of $4? Like there was this huge move, so they need to average down that variation by staying within a dollar range now. Are you talking about in order to get realized volatility down? Ooh, that's fun. See, that looks like de-risking a bit, you know? Hmm. Healthy market. Is that VIX candle real? Yes. This is exciting. Just enough to sell a bunch of puts and V up. No, I think just maybe the MM going long vol. When you say long vol, what ticker is that? I haven't found an LNVL ticker. That's not the ticker. Are there any good EMA crossover techniques? Yeah. For like intraday trading or swing trading? I mean, they're all kind of the same thing, right? You're assuming that the average of the prior price action is going to have a continuation based on the strength of that average over time. I wouldn't say any are better than others. Do we cross some Greek? Yeah, weekly SPX like SPXW contracts crossed Vega neutral yesterday. Well, that's just gonna make the whole day look really weird now. Something shift dramatically in the convexity or something? Ooh. Mr. Dork. Bond buying? No, I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. You find what caused that VIX donger? No. Correlation starting to move up though. I sold my green calls up $1,100. I'm gonna take the W and do my actual job now. All right, man. Hmm. Dollars pushing up, Dork. Dollar bounced kind of hard there. It's kind of interesting. I'm not seeing like a ton of put selling. Yeah. Fubo's holding 308. That's nice. I mean, IWM still doesn't look very good today. It's doing a little bit better, so it might get some upside pressure again, but it's probably not going to do a lot. Bounce here. We can move back to 45.30. Put interest increased at 45.15, 10, and 4,500. See something. SPX are going to get a bounce. It would kind of make sense for it to get one here. VIX got stuffed, but it doesn't mean it's not going to go back up again. I like this better with VIX at 14. That was interesting. VIX candles, Bretton's GME order going through. Hmm. It's like mid-October. So many downside gaps to fill. All right, I'll just wait this out. Peep Jimmy borrow rate. Ooh, it moved up a little bit. That's kind of fun. All right. Not a ton, but a little bit. And bar rate moved from 1 to 1.6. I think I might literally die of boredom. This is pretty trash. I'm not gonna try to make it, make it out to be better than it is. This is awful, awful shit garbage. Although, VIX may be bottoming out here a bit. Let's see how pricing on these looks. That's not too bad. How many calls are 0.72 delta? How many puts? Jesus. Alright. A couple more bucks and it gets kind of exciting. Oh. Should grab some breakfast or something. Yields are moving up again. Dollars really moving. Like pushing back on the carry trade a little bit, maybe. That's not going to go well. If we hit 45.20, I will be profitable for the week. And this crazy considering how bad I fucked up yesterday. Do you have Greeks for IWM? Yeah, that where I drew that line, that's basically where delta and gamma neutral are. Dollar moving up, pressure on vol, not really directly on SPX, but it's gonna push credit spreads wider, right? Especially if it's moving up fast. $30 years almost positive on the day. 20 and 10 are lagging a bit. 20 is actually a little worse than the 10. 2 and 5 are also down. But they're a bit higher than their low. I just had a delicious caramel pecan Danish. Okay. I called into TDA to get a problem fixed. The account rep says, I'm in the same boat as you, only my account is 50K right now. They messed up everyone's spreads last night. That's not a... Man, that's really not a confident customer service interaction. It's like, ah, bro, yeah, they fucked mine up. Like, what the hell? Stop asking about Fubo, stonks. Ooh, interesting. Picking up some big put interest at 45.20 and 45.30. I think we're getting a ton of hedging for FOMC here. Hmm. I don't think it's going to tell us anything we don't already know, right? It's just, it might be a little more hawkish than the current projections, but I don't think FOMC should have a huge impact either way. But this happens every time the minutes are about to come out. If pricing cuts by second quarter 2024, even a little bit before the second quarter of 2024, but yeah, they are pricing in cuts. I mean, the 2 year is back under 5%. So they're pricing in a few cuts, right? Data-driven approach, same like we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Why do they keep pricing cuts when JPOW tells them not to? Because they're all sitting on giant piles of money, and they want to front run the Fed. Well, shut the fucking door, be in the minutes. Probably not. That was after the FOMC meeting. I know, Cobra. The last few FOMC minutes have caused flat days and zero movement. Any cool delta neutral plays here? Yeah, FOMC usually sucks. Uh, I guess maybe like a condor or something. But you know, the one day that the FOMC minutes do cause movement, you'll have sold a condor. Probably not very good to short TLT hard again till after December, till after the next Fed meeting. It's not really about the year over year beats that matter, Hamburger Helper. Their year over year beats are already been pretty awful. It's the guidance, right? Consensus bearish or just chop until calls are cheap end of day. I mean, we're kind of just barely in the bearish range, but yeah, actually we're really just right at resistance. Maybe it'll depend on the FOMC minutes, right? It's gonna be fucking like all of our end of day price action is gonna be driven by that. I wouldn't say positioning's any stronger to the upside than is the downside. Everything's pretty fucking neutral. PSA, sell your TMF calls before December 1st reverse split. Ooh, yeah, that would suck. Don't get stuck in those. The minutes are at 2 o'clock. Ooh, rejection at 4:30. Interesting. Has Poopy Pants been around? I haven't seen him in a few days. I don't know. I don't. I don't. I. I feel like he was here over the weekend. He is. There you go. When's the expected OPEC decision on production cuts? Is there one? That's on the 28th. There's also a major crypto announcement from the DOJ at 3 p.m. today. Interesting. I made $10 in one candle. Green, baby. I kind of highly doubt that the minutes are going to make SPX drill 200 BPS. Oh, nice. The FTDs for the first part of October finally came out. Gross. Looks like Friday might be kind of interesting for Fubo. Thanks, Atomic. Ugh. Everyone hedges the minutes in case something unexpected comes out. Should go high theta, way out of the money. Which do you prefer? Just usually debit spreads. I mean, they're the easiest way to handle it without getting slammed with the IV crush. I love how Google censored my thoughts on SPX and elevator shafts. Automod got smart. They're using AI now. Do you have any thoughts on JWN? I think it's a kind of shit. I'm not a big fan of it. I owned it until Cohen bought in, and then I sold it all. I kind of liked Macy's better, but I'm out of that too. So if people buy puts in the minutes, just in case something unexpectedly bearish comes out, and then nothing happens, when they cut the hedges, we go up, right? Well, the same is true for calls. I see that giant greener on VIX. Did you guys try to summon Cthulhu? No. No, that was interesting. I'm still not really sure what happened there. Vol and dollar took a pretty hard turn, but not nearly as significant as the move on VIX. I mean, it looks like short vol exposure or like vol control is still very, very present. Maybe the convexity on VIX picked up a little bit, shifted forward on the curve. Sometimes that can cause like some weird repricing. I don't think the FRN or the tips auctions are going to have a lot of effect because those markets are still really liquid. Like if tips yields were to move up, that would be kind of shocking. Seems like the Vol River is quite dry. Well, there's there's not a lot of advantage to continue shorting, right? Maybe, oh, you know what? Maybe they did is maybe they closed the in the money sold puts. That would make sense. The risk profile on those probably wouldn't have looked very good today after yesterday. I wonder if QQQ's or like EggQ's vol index had the same spike. Um, so it also had a weird fucking, there was a weird spike in vol there too. It was at 10 o'clock. Ours was at 10:30. Oh, that's really weird. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. What's up, Dork? Nice. Important news. What is it? Is it just the thing you DM'd me? Because I saw that. I got the raise. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Nice. Well done. That's super awesome. just don't go buy that piece of shit track. More money for 0 DTEs. Oh. I thought Dork worked for himself. My whole worldview has been shattered. The market maker will thank your employer for the extra money. Oh man, this is still dull though. Okay, Dork, now that you've gotten a raise, I need you to short 1 million ES contracts now. They're gonna expect you to work harder now. No, they're not. Can you touch tips in front of the camera, please? No, that's for private time. We need like a $6 move in either direction to confirm anything. I'm not even sure a $6 move would be enough. Big leak under the kitchen sink before I have to get ready for work. Annoying. Just turn the water off and call a plumber later. USD JPY gap up. Hmm. A little bit. Oh, it's gonna pressure yields. I like it. Dollars coming back strong today. So I'm touching on cameras for pigeon whales only. Yep. It's kind of official now. That's awesome, man. Dollar down, market down is bearish because there's going to be downside pressure on buying power all day. But dollar's up a little, which puts pressure on vol. Maybe they just ran out of money and they need to leverage up the carry trade again. You know? That's what I do when I run out of money. I just hawk all of my worthless assets with Yeta and then filter them through subsidiaries. How much would you say you've injected into Gherk's portfolios profits with your hard work? Negative 15,000. No, come on, man. It's like negative 30. It's fun to test things with real money, though. What am I gonna paper trade? Like a scrub? What channel and what search need to be done to find the carry trade on the Discord? Thanks. Like the information about it? Just like go to Pickles Picks, like filter by Pickles Picks in the search bar, choose that channel, and then just type like BOJ or carry trade and then read everything that comes up. It's gonna be a lot. I have written about it extensively. But you don't have to go too far back. As it's become more important over the last like 6 months, I've refined it a lot to try to help people understand it better. There's also a video on it. I did do a video on it, I think. Holding Yuda's bags, yeah. Yeah, you can filter on Discord. I read it, but none of it's in Japanese. Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be. No problem, man. $2 break even for a straddle at 30 ain't half bad. Probably not, but dude, remember that like the minutes days can end up closing really, really flat. I've definitely lost money before intraday straddling minutes. Your conversation with BOFH last night helped me understand helped me understand a lot of things. Nice, man. USD JPY and haiku form, USD yen dance, low rates borrow, high rates lend, profits risky chance. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is fucking boring. This is Popcorn's fault for hedging. If they're leveraging up again, will they make it to FOMC next month? Probably not without a pullback. Yeah, well, I mean, bulls aren't as strong today because they blew out all the fucking liquidity yesterday. I just got a call that I have a job offer for one of the positions I was interviewing for with BOR. Nice. I don't know what the fuck BOR is, but cool. I'm playing GTA Vice City on the CRT monitor during these market times. You get the frame perfect. You should have just said frame perfect display. Bank of Rwanda. I'm moving away from the fucking Midwest. Nice. You're set up well too because existing home sales haven't fallen in the Midwest. I rolled my SQQQ calls into a better TQQQ put right before I got the call. How do you do this? Do what? The trade is immediately profited indirectly. I don't know why you would choose SQQQ over TQQQ right now. But you're welcome. And now QQQ can bounce. Well done. FOMC was a bullish face melter, right? The meeting. This isn't a meeting. This is just the minutes. Two hours away from Long Island. What's the passcode to get into the house? I told my parents I'm staying with you instead. You've got to talk to Gary at the gate, and then he's got to call my phone. And then I have to hit pound to let you in. It's very complicated. Gary also has to call my phone when I go there. Gary has no ability to open or close the gate himself. Also, he's gonna print you out like a little pass. You gotta put that in your on your dash in order to park on the street. I'm actually scared because Gary is my dad's name. Is he a security guard, kind of portly in his 60s? Badge says foreign national and security risk. How did the cat ever manage to go through that process to get onto your property? I don't know. Maybe his car got towed. That's why he got stuck there. What'd you just buy, Dork? Is it a 4535? You can't just go on an options shopping spree because you just got a raise. You have to get paid first. The Ken Griffin's paycheck special, December 4000p. VIX is gonna go up, but that doesn't mean that contract will. You need VIX to go up a lot, Dork. Are we layaway shaming options now? Dork's gonna blow up his raise before he gets his first check. I already took out 5 payday loans at 50% APR. That should be an easy return to beat, right? Blew it all on Ladies of the Night and white powder. That was quick. It doesn't really strike the same chord when you do it at noon. Dear God, fuck this. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. Oh, look, I've come back to the market trading at the exact same fucking price. Amazing. Ooh, FTD charts. Thanks, Carl. Ooh, that's fun. That's a lot of fucking fails. This market's wild. Yeah, that's one way of putting it. I made breakfast sandwiches. How do you speculate NVIDIA will use creative counting to increase their sales this quarter? Well, instead of taking a $5 billion hit from the cancellation of their Chinese sales, they're going to reveal their new chip platform that they built in the last 15 days. Oh, I said thank you for the FTD charts, Carl. Mm, yeah, can you do top? Huge surprise. More VIX shorting. No, that's not a surprise. Mm. Don't worry, the bigger pile of FUBA FTDs isn't until the 23rd. No, Siri was the one I was talking about, though. How does series FTDs look? There's like a big pile of ETF FTDs on Siri for like the December ETF FTD period. GME looks like fucking garbage. I'm gonna pump and try to fuck up everyone's straddles. Maybe. Although I don't think they're gonna pump it above 40, like 45.50, which is where they need to pump it to fuck up everyone's straddles. Nudie will sell the vision of AI waifus, and sweaty boys will flock to have one. Alright. You know what? After JFresh has spent an entire month and a half doing nothing but making AI cat penises, I'll agree with you that there may be some addictive properties. I have a unidirectional straddle at 45.50. Excellent. If VIX gets below 13, are you unloading the barge on vol plays? Yeah, I mean, I think if VIX goes below 13, I'm definitely gonna be picking up some more volatility plays. Oh, thanks, man. Hmm. It's a little less exciting coming out. I've been doing the March AM expiry. I probably wouldn't consider June till we were deeper into December. Pro tip, if you're on the go and you forgot your waxing kit, use chewing gum and vigor. Might need an ice cube. But that's a hell of a life hack. I have March 24 right now. I was wondering if I should be using June for new editions. We could. Have you guys ever seen those videos of like barbers lighting people's heads on fire? What the fuck is that about? Is that like a cultural thing I don't understand, or is it just stupid? Lice. Is it culturally insensitive to say that it's both? No. At first, I thought it was like there was a reason for it, right? Like the first one I saw, I was like, oh, maybe they don't have like access to scissors, right? Because it was clearly in like, uh, you know, economically impoverished area, right? But then the second one, the guy lights the guy's head on fire and then breaks out a pair of scissors. So the fucker had scissors all along. No, he was just lighting his whole head on fire and then like brushing it out really fast. Are scissors expensive? I mean, haircutting scissors are. I don't think they're very cheap. I don't believe you, Gray Pubes. Is this what you were doing on Molly and karaoke? No. Are we gonna fill the upside gap before 2? Maybe not. I bought like a pair of clippers, but like professional ones, and those were like $400. So I don't think a barber's toolkit's very cheap. I've had the same $40 Walmart hair clippers for 10 years. Yeah, we know, Carl. How is it nowadays? It just feels like it's just ripping your beard hair out as you drag it through. It's become an epilator instead of a pair of clippers. Glonk, win red. Probably once the green's done. What's up, Paul? Kim Kardashian's made her first deal with her PE firm while I'm in a chat with a Grubhub customer service rep asking for a refund because my food was cold. What am I doing with my life? Spending too much of it talking to Grubhub. Also, maybe not showing off your thick booty enough. Do you have a thick booty? Are you caked up? Is that why my beard trimmer pulls so much? It's just too old? Yeah, it shouldn't do that. I lost $700 trading SPX. It's time to allocate more money to commodities as I do. Wait, hold on. All of that fucking complaining yesterday was only $700? Fuck you, Sisyphus. You son of a bitch. You complained for like 3 hours yesterday. Prick. 404 not found. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, it makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
If anyone needs consulting for making money doing weird stuff online, hit me up. I think most people are capable of promoting themselves on fetish subreddits all by themselves. Pterodactyl, but your expertise is undeniable. I sold CCs on it yesterday. Is there news, data coming out of Asia to be aware of? I mean, yeah, you should be aware of it, but China's kind of past their rate decisions, so I don't think anything's going to happen for a little while. Sisyphus complained about $700 losses when some people in the viewership have eaten 6-figure losses in a single trade. Someone, I'm not going to say who, and it was a couple weeks ago, but someone DM'd me that they'd lost like $500, and they were like, I don't know what to do. And I was like, well, you shouldn't have started trading in the first fucking place. I feel personally attacked. It's okay, you got a raise, Dork. Stop talking about our private conversations. My favorite part of the song is that it implies that you eat goat. Yeah, yeah. I don't like it. It's greasy and weird. Also, Popcorn Trader gets really mad at me if I post pictures of cooked goat in the Cornichon Cordon Bleu channel. I mean, it's not until 2 p.m. Today's gonna be a long one. Yeah, it is. If you're hurt by losing $500, this is not the place for you. That's like one SPX spread. This is why I only tell fake Gherk about my bad trades. He never publicly announces them. Some of your viewers are greasy and weird. Tread lightly. It wasn't a troll. They were very serious. Like college kid, right? Like $500 in his bank account and he blew it all. And he's like, I have bills. I was like, well, I guess you're not paying them. Taco La Cabeza is lit, fam. Okay. When did minutes even move the market? It's been a while. The last time they moved the market hard, It was because the Fed dropped recession back into their dialogue. Basically, all I do when the minutes come out is I just hit like Control F and I type in recession. And if it doesn't pop up, I buy calls. Abercrombie and Fitch missed earnings. Stock's up over 100% this year. Who the fuck still buys that shit? What is this, 2003? That person should definitely not have been trading with that money. Yeah, not at all. What if you lost $500 every day for a year? That would suck. Is that the dude that you and Dork were destroying? No, no. Did we destroy somebody? I I mean, I already roasted him. This is just the second roasting. He'd have lost $125,500. 500,000. Yeah. That's like not a lot though. I lost about 9K this year, although 3 to 4K of that was avoidable, and I messed up bad. That sucks. My girlfriend bought me an Abercrombie and Fitch hoodie for my birthday. It was the last straw in my relationship, especially given that she was French and should know better. I broke up with her shortly after. It's probably a good decision. The 18, 19-year-old was in Discord. I don't remember. 50% like ratio, just like my league win rate. 30% of the people here don't like the stream. They just watch it all day. Kurt's drinking on his birthday cost more than $500. Yeah, it did. The first place we went to, drinks were like $30 each. Given today's price action and the options flow, today seems like it's going to be boring and flat with a slight chance to grind upwards towards 45.50 again. No? Yeah. It's going to be pretty boring and flat. I mean, FOMC could shift things. I doubt it will, though. I'd retire today if I made 125K. Where do you live? Cambodia? I'm talking Panda Express every day for the rest of my life and no worries. Dude, Panda Express is like $30 now. Can confirm I'm here all day. I've not once liked the stream. Wait, I liked it the day I got modded. You're a bastard, Carl. Next time I come over, you can wait in the bathroom. No more closet for you. I don't think there's going to be a lot in the minutes either. Oh, there goes that retirement dream. If you eat Panda Express every day, you won't have a very long life. I see that the math makes sense. Panda Express here in Michigan is $10 and it's amazing. The last bastion of the American dream. The only things that are good at Panda Express are that, like, uh, it's Beijing beef or something like that. Yeah, that's it. And then the fucking cream cheese things. I enjoy the fake noodles. They make my teeth feel weird. Somebody time out Cornhub for what? What did he do? I like the stream occasionally. My name is Green. You know I like it. All right, fair enough. Now the orange chicken, like the orange chicken used to be good when it was chicken. Now it's made out of like foam. Mushroom chicken's underrated. I don't think I've had that one. I've had the string bean one. That one's okay. Is this a diamond top on QQQ? I could look. Hold on. No? Uh, it could be like the start of one, but no. That's basically what happens when a bull flag breaks down and then breaks up and fails. In high school, I had a friend whose older brother was a panda manager. He said his brother would throw breadcrumbs out back and run over pigeons for orange chicken meat. Squab is a delicacy, Carl. No, cornhub's not timed out. I wanted some pulled out of a van grill. Then it's chicken fried steak. Ew. Give me VIX 12 and I'll be such a good little risk manager, I promise. Adam Aaron is ready to pounce. Oh, I don't care about AMC. Haven't those people already lost all their money? Are you gonna strangle the minutes? Maybe. I don't know. It's 2 hours from now. Because nothing says trading a range-bound day like buying a wide strangle. If you bought a SPY straddle end of day and sold the call side when SPX broke 45.30, what would you do with the put side? I'm confused. We sold the call side when we broke, like when SPY broke 453. Is it SPY or SPX? I mean, I probably would have closed the put side earlier when it was up. Can you take all the Ko-Fi membership funds you've saved up and short ES so you can actually move? That's my last ditch effort to crash the market, Carl. So I'm at the house and Gary looked at me with shame and disgust. Is it because I'm poor? Isn't that your dad? Oh, you're at my house. Yeah, it could be because you're poor. Why don't you tell them who was timed out? Who? I didn't time you out, Cornub. Did Carl time you out? That's I'm buying my parents a 2K massage chair for Christmas. What a fucking waste of money. Carl's mad with power. Awesome, thanks, Greg. They're gonna hate it. No problem, dude. At least they won't ask for computer help, just massage chair help. Somehow that's worse, right? B of A forecast 5,000 SPX by end of year. A few weeks back, you were under the impression a large entity or two were pumping the market to de-risk. Do you still feel this way, or is it different? No, I still agree with that, but there's specifically in the short vol trade, there's a lot of yeah. It doesn't look like there's a lot of participants, right? The movements in the short vol trade are very very concentrated, and there's not a lot of variation in the positioning, which indicates that it's either like it indicates that it's fewer participants, right? Especially like where risk concentrates on the chain. But on the bull side, it's kind of mixed. I will say that none of the bullish positioning is very long dated, which is odd, right? If institutions were actually bullish, we would be seeing like bullish, like a lot of bullish delta, not just gamma. few K massage shares. No wonder inflation continues to go up. I mean, he's probably just financing it at 33% from Costco, right? Hey, Greg, happy birthday for the other day. I haven't been checking in here much for a while because I've been super busy with my real job. How much lower do you think GME can go? Good question. Borrow rate went up today, but the downside resistance is at 1157, so I would say probably not much lower than that until earnings. Bulls are winning today. We're down 25 basis points. Dude, check on the first 3 mattresses and 1 strap. I don't see this going well. He just flew off. Thank God I was in front. Forget Jimmy. Win Tesla dump. We're just kind of sitting at 240. I think it's just gonna chop between 230 and like the 245 until there's a bigger change in indexes. I've been away this AM. How are things looking now? Kind of the same. Yeah, pretty shitty. Wow, such downs. We will close green. We could. Although there's a lot of put interest at 45.30. There's some pretty big put walls to the upside. This doesn't look super bullish. I mean, everything's just concentrating around the neutral point, right? Until this unwinds, I don't think anything super exciting is gonna happen. If we pull to like the far ends of the options interest, like 45.15 or 45.50, we might like snap back to like 35.30. But otherwise we'll just keep chopping. Jesus Christ. Can FOMC minutes be surprise bullish? They shouldn't be. 45.50 ES is a fortress until we break it in 30 minutes. No way GME earnings is good. Comparing the GME versus Target Black Friday deals, you get the same discounted price on consoles, but Target gives a $75 gift card. GME's got to step it up on the deals. They can't afford to. Also, who the fuck wants a $75 GME gift card? That sounds terrible, Cornub. Do you do the 90-10 T-bills option strat? No. The payout on that's like 4% a year. Super suckers, they can go back to buy batteries. Fucking turd. That's Turdferg's fault, you know that? Saw a story last night. 2 GMEs in close proximity. One closing. Someone bought all the brand new Xbox on clearance and resold them down the street for like 150% profit. Nice. Is it possible that Jimmy is simply no longer a sustainable business now that major retailers are involved and the internet exists? Well, yeah, but everyone was hoping that Cohen would reformat the business, and he hasn't. He's just doubled down on it being exactly what it is. $800 is not a whole port. 1 second, guy. Nvidia still only have a 3% move priced in. I don't know. I'm not gonna check. Yes, testing 4550. Where did VIX go? Mm. MQ doesn't look super hot. I guess that looks fine. If Gaff bought tickets, would you go to Disneyland with us? Ew. Maybe. If I had $800, I would retire. Close the gap before minutes are realized. Maybe. I don't know. There's not a ton of like 0 DTE call buying going on right now. So if anything's happening, it's futures or further out on the chain. There's some put selling, but also not a ton. I think mostly we're just kind of drifting in the relatively flat range. Robinhood must be hurting for money. New terms and conditions for the ATM side. They charge $250. Now charge $250 per transaction, and they will refund it to every period if you have more than 300 in deposits. Okay. How much more ridiculous do you expect this piece of shit market to get? I mean, today is not all that ridiculous. Maybe a bit boring, but not that ridiculous. How does XRT being on reg share prevent any sort of run? Is it because obligations can't be built up due to forced settlement of some kind? No, it's because they can make as many obligations as they want. Basically, once they've overshorted XRT and it goes on reg show, then they can start shorting all over again, like nothing ever happened. XRT doesn't rebalance until December. It's like resetting the short clock, basically. So up in December? We'll see. No problem, man. My only green is 0 GTE call. I accidentally bought with unsettled funds. Awkward. Win red today. Today's already red. But today's resistance was at 45.30. We didn't really break it, so we're bouncing a tiny bit. Most of the positioning today is pretty neutral because everyone's waiting for the Fed minutes. I don't think we have any other data today at this point. Well, the 2-year fixed rate note came in a little higher, which is interesting. There's a 41-day bill auction. Oh, that's already done. Yeah, 10-year tips at 1 o'clock, and then FOMC at 2. There's just nothing else. Tomorrow's a little more interesting. We have durable goods and jobless claims in the pre-market. And then we have Michigan consumer at 10. So, yeah, tomorrow will be a little bit more interesting. And then next week we start getting into the more relevant data, and we get PCE and stuff, and what would you have to see to make you full bull for the rest of the year? I mean, if we get a pullback and we stabilize at GN, I'm going to be pretty bullish into like the first half of December. At the very least. Is there forced covering on reg show stocks after 13 days or something? Well, that's the beauty of ETFs is either you can cash settle FTDs, right? So even once you start hitting forced covering, you don't have to provide any of the underlying, right? You can just cash settle, and you can keep doing that over and over and over again. In November, we've had not one, but two 1% gap ups on SPX. The last three, there's three. They're not all 1%, but there's three. Last time we had a 1% gap up was November 2022. I feel the rug moving beneath us. Yeah, I mean, things are overextended. 87% of the S&P is above its 20-day moving average. There's no question that we're near a top, but we could hold here for some time, right? And that's the problem with trying to short it. Because like when we trade flat like this, we're gonna get call selling to the upside, and that opens up like upside liquidity, and then we can get another move, and over time it's kind of hard to get a lot of price improvement in this situation, but it can keep moving up gradually, right? So like last week we rocketed up. We kind of stabilized, and then liquidity on the short call side started to fill in above us, right, as we traded through last week. And then yesterday we blew out all that liquidity. There was no more liquidity to the upside, so today we failed, right? But now we're just a little bit higher, right? So and then going into next week, as we trade flat here, short call liquidity will come into the upside, and it gets a little less fun, right? Like the upside moves, but the potential's still there to keep moving. I haven't failed to deliver on it, Grim 2. I disagree. You should pull the audience. You don't even have real shares. You haven't DRS'd any of this stream. JPM says their flows since CPI print have been almost wholly short covering. Yeah. It's been a lot of short covering. There's just not a lot of bulls, right? Which isn't particularly bullish. But like the majority of our move up, almost all of it was, a short squeeze, right? And not just a squeeze, like also like it wasn't like bears got fucked, but there was a lot of profit taking. There were really super deep in the money puts across like the entire chain on SPX at our bottom in October, right? And the profit taking from all of that is it's going to cause the market to bounce, right? Because the is going to dump that hedge, and as they dump their hedge nearer to the money, short puts or puts, long puts that were in the money start to get like squeezed out, and that causes broader capitulation, and it's kind of self-reinforcing as you move up. And there was some zero DTE call buying that obviously helped accelerate that, but it was a lot of shorts getting squeezed out. I mean, it still kind of is, right? Like the only reason we were able to break like 4450 and break above gamma max yesterday was because of short calls getting squeezed out. It wasn't because of like huge amounts of long call positioning. I saw comments yesterday on Discord regarding SVX and MM interest, etc. I played reversals the past 2 days and it's been nice. Nice, dude. Do you think we crossed 4550 today? We could. I don't know. It's really all up to the Fed minutes, right? Positioning for the day is kind of just evening out. I think we're pretty neutral on everything right here at this price. Who might be ever so slightly bullish, but barely. Tell us the art of getting max profit on an iron butterfly. But you have to have a pretty good idea about where the day is going to close, right? At what level do you say, okay, we're not going to get a pullback? Asking for my December 15 4450p. The chances of pulling back to 4450 go down a lot if we move above 4550 and stabilize. Lame. That's but true, right? Siri $5 CSPs. Okay, I kind of like where your head's at, but also no. Siri's getting shorted right now, pretty hard. I'd feel more comfortable waiting till 4 or yeah, I feel more comfortable waiting till 4 or sub 4. What's the return on them? Mm, 10% yield at 24 days isn't bad. But yeah, I would wait. I would wait. It's getting shorted right now. So you're taking on a lot of undue risk. Also, if put interest increases on the downside move, skew will benefit the yield as it moves as it drops further, right? So I think waiting a little bit's probably a good idea. Not a bad yield though. How do you be the next CEO of Binance? Minutes is likely to be bearish. Isn't that priced in? Unless super bearish. Nothing bearish is priced into the market at all right now. No, I mean, nothing. Flying to Cali? No, I'm not. I don't think so. Not this year. I don't really have any plans for Thanksgiving. Gap fill time? Maybe. Resistance at 40 though. Need more call buying. Which we're getting a little bit of. Well, we got a little bit there. I don't know if it lasts. A little bit of a bounce. There's a put wall here. I don't know if it's gonna keep breaking up or not. There's a tiny like momentum favors the upside a little bit, but it's risky. To entertain us on this boring day, can you say cool it, Sanchez, or you'll get a knuckle supper? What? You and he were buddies, weren't you? What are you trying to do? You're trying to use my voice for something? Fortune favors the bold. FTX. What a great way to say risk on. Is it end of the day? SPX is all the way to the right. Unfortunately, it's not. We still have another 3.5 hours of this shit. No, I can't beat Bucks. I don't think. I've never tried. Not in like an official capacity. This is all gonna depend on QQQ now. It's all gonna be. It's all just Google and Tesla, and if Nvidia can squeeze more short calls. Is VIX even trading? Yeah, it is, but shitty. VIX futures have like 30K volume, 31K volume today. It's not a ton, but it's a little bit. Ooh, the 30-year is positive. That's weird. And dollar's fucking ripping today. It's up like Dixie's up like 30 cents since yesterday's close. No, last night, I guess. The low. Could Nvidia crash the market? Potentially. They could. GB Meltdown content quality is about to go down now that our PP show got themselves banned from Reddit. How the fuck did they pull that off? Why did they get banned? Because they're grifting conmen? Did you think that VIX crime candles earlier was pumpers de-risking? It could have been. They could crash the market in more than one way with all that compute power. Jensen won't go down without a fight. Mods violating code of conduct. Surprise, surprise. Is that what happens when you ban everybody who's like, hey, you promised me I wouldn't lose all my money and I've lost all my money? That's the mistake. I tell people right up front that they're gonna lose all their money. Gherkin in the money series December 15 calls safe. I just said it was getting shorted. No. Are you selling calls? If you're selling calls, it's getting shorted. Ooh, the dollar is getting volatile. We kind of bounced on the trend. We didn't quite hit it, but it was about where we'd be looking for a breakout on futures at 45.55. Or a failure. If we failed, probably back to the trend as it consolidates. Those expire tomorrow, huh? I'm still waiting on them. No, you're not modless. So boring, and the mods don't even rise to my bait. There's Fluffy's here. Do you want me to time you out? 1 second, guy. Futures got rejected. No! I want to install all the mods except Fluffy because I can't even do that right. I see. Yeah, I'm talking about Dixie. Yeah, markets closed Thursday, but it's a half day on Friday. Kind of interesting. That failure was a little more than I thought it would be. I didn't think we'd break down so hard from the top. Looks like there was some call profit taking there. Put interest picked up a little bit again. Most of the put interest is still concentrated at like 45.30 though. Checks notes, yes, still over 45.50. Nope. Anything to do with tips coming in higher? Maybe a little bit. It's I mean neither of them were crazy, like the floating rate note nor the tips, but illiquidity in those markets is it's odd. Ten-year tips is 2.145 before. And it came in at 2.18. That's kind of a big move. For especially for tips. Huh. What have you been told about using male affirming terms like Dixie? I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, the Senate's pulling in all the bank CEOs on December 6th. Ooh, Treasury cut some of their short duration sales for tomorrow. They cut back the 4-week bill from 95 to 85 billion. Jesus Christ. The fucking Chicago Fed National Activity Index report today was atrocious. Production, income, employment, and unemployment, personal consumption, and sales and orders and inventories are all massively below trend. What a great economy we have. That's 2.145 was the what the treasury is going off of. Salty shawarma. Not the tick, not the tick on the price. Also, do you have live data for make sure you have live data for the 10-year tips. That was a bit more obscure. Isn't Binance crashing? Bullish for coin? Okay, but the drop but it's offset by the drop in Bitcoin, right? Like having all of your competitors fail for legal reasons isn't really bullish for you, right? It just makes people less certain that you're on the up and up. Like almost like the entire sector is fraudulent. In some country, Venezuela, he wants to do a lot of things. He's an interesting person. So now what? Well, clearly market participants view inflation as being higher in the long run than the market had previously estimated. Hmm. Wouldn't it be great to have the minutes state that 0 members are planning on a rate cut in the next year? That's one possibility. But Bummy Meet Kevin said this is bullish for coin. I don't really know what that guy does. Hmm. Holy shit. Interesting. Are you gonna stream the fraud presentation later after close? No, I can't listen to Jensen say AI 500 times. I ate 5 Fuji apples before bed and soiled my pants on the ride into work. I had no clue apples had that much pectin in them. So embarrassing. Were you with someone when you on your way to work? Okay. Well, yeah, that's nice job. Me, Kevin buys and renovates houses for a profit. I can't imagine why he'd feel pressured to say outlandishly bullish things. His entire audience is built on the back of like the economy being good, right? Uh, someone sent me like one of his like most watched videos, and he's just like, "Yeah, man, houses, buy them, leverage them, money," but like, there's no connecting thesis. Like, there's like the whole thing jumps from like point A to point F to point like D and then back to Z again. Come on, man. Nvidia earnings could be epic. Listen, I get like 3 hours to myself a day. I'm gonna use them. I'm gonna take one shot for every time he says AI. You're gonna die. You're gonna get acute alcohol poisoning. Do you know anything about Wave Dancer? Wave D had one share for some reason. I noticed it pop. No, I don't know anything about it. Bought more. Oh, okay. But their website's not very informative. That's what I always do when a stock goes up and I know nothing about it. I buy some more of it, then research it. I'm going to take a shot every time he says power to the players. He's not going to say that. If you divide the housing price index by the increase in monetary supply, only very few periods in time was housing profitable. All I hear you saying is buy short-dated calls, diamond hand into the ground. I didn't say any of those things, Grumzo. Acute alcohol poisoning, loser. Fine, I'll only take a shot every time he tells a half-truth. That's the same thing. That guy sells courses in real estate. Step 1, buy house. Step 2, profit or something. Right? What if it shocks me. I really need to get on the grift better. I suck at grifting. He's made like $400,000 from houses and then like $20 million on YouTube. What's your NVIDIA fraud tinfoil? There's no tinfoil. They're just reporting future sales that may or may not ever happen. Glock, I bought more 2D poots. I have a problem. Yes, you do. I picked up a few 100,000 lots of USD JPY this morning. It's made the day a little more fun. Usually when you're lambasting someone. Who did I lambast? Are we actually in a little downtrend today? A little one, yeah. Either you're born with it or not. You're the ultimate grifter. I pay you for the ability to call people poor, even though I'm the one swimming in credit card debt. Dad, if I buy Pontiff for playing Alex Jones' new video game, was it gay frog porn? Is it like a dating game? I love when you act shocked that you might have ever torn someone a new one. I'm super nice to everybody. Don't watch Jamie. If you watch it, it'll get scared and it'll pull back into its sheath. Yesterday I had to mute the stream since you were arguing with whoever all day about them being regarded. Who was that? Especially Koala Hugger. Yeah, but he was a fucking mouth breather, right? I don't know about that, Poppy. You're usually disappointed in me. That's because you buy 0.05 delta options with theta. Is this megaphoning? Do you want it to? If you want it to be a megaphone, you can usually find one just about anywhere. There's a trend here. Which is roughly the same trend on futures. Ignore this. Don't look at it. I guess it's not. It's kind of this is the trend on futures. Maybe FOMC will be bearish simply because something needs to be, right? Like, the bulls and the bears right now have an insufferably bearish itch that needs to be scratched. Like, bulls don't want to buy because it went up too fast, and they don't want to be caught buying the top. And bears don't want to short because it went up too fast. Something's got to give. Aren't we all mouth breathers? Do people actually breathe through their nose? There's like a few days a year where I can. It seems like it needs to come back to more reasonable prices. Yeah. And then it can rip again. What's your PT for M? I already sold in the money covered calls on it. Unless it drops substantially. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna get assigned. I sold them for like 30 days out at $11. So it's gonna have to crater for me to end up in a position where I still own shares. They just tickled my pickle. They could get a little liquidity out of me. Did support levels change much on Tesla with the run earlier? No, not much. Tesla still has to break down below 230 for there to be like a viable short. SX about to bounce here. I mean, it's testing the trend line. Can we break 4,500 today? I'm gonna buy some lottos. Okay. That'd be cool. It's not impossible. I don't think we need that big of a downside move to break 4,500. We'd have to have like a 1% down day. Yeah, not crazy. Becomes a lot more likely under the collar, which we're still pretty far away from though. Can bounce if it wants. Where did you draw that line? Move it. No, it's sweeter when the solid line breaks down. And it's kind of breaking down, right? You're talking about the market needing a correction to find more buyers. How big of a correction do you think would be enough? Like, I still think like 4,400. 4,400, 4390. I don't think a 4450 pullback would be enough. It's like 4393. If we found some stability there over the next couple of weeks, that'd be pretty bullish going into like first half of December. If we fall below the 200 MA on S&P, it gets kind of iffy. But yeah, like a pullback to the 20 on the weekly. I think that'd be pretty healthy. Yeah, my opinion on that hasn't really changed, AJ. That's why I kept all my puts open. When everyone was like, have you closed all your puts yet, man? And I was like, no. I just bought my usual put with 0.05 delta, very little theta. Please crash SPX. I have 10 SPX 4,500 Ps. Why? Fed minutes and 30. Bounce on trend or fail to low of the day. Definitely bounce. Yeah, caught a little support. It could be short-lived though. That could just be like some capitulation, right? On like the 35 puts. Not even sure if there's that much capitulation on the 35 puts. Looks like calls are selling off and puts are still being bought, so the move in delta on that bounce wasn't very significant. Maybe some spreads closing. Yeah. Dad again. Dixie mooning and long end rising while short end boofing. Is the end in sight? I thought the 4,400 dream was dead after this week doesn't cause a pullback. This week's not over yet, is it? Can you stop telling everyone my trading strat? I don't know anyone ghosting my plays and becoming rich. I don't think that's a worry. Dixie's really rocketing. Yep. Are puts expensive right now because everyone senses the top is near? Out of the money puts are more money. The 30 DT put for a 15% drop in underlying gets like 150% return if the strike is reached. On what stock? That sounds like IV's. That's not SPX. Because an SPX 3850 30 DTE on a 15% drop would 52x. Are they selling puts? No, there's not. Well, there doesn't appear to be a lot of put selling going on right now. I think there's just not a lot of longer dated call buy or put buying, so there's really nothing driving VIX up right now. But it's trending up a little. Yeah, like out of the money VIX calls are still like 0.72 delta. VIX is a terrible instrument to play VIX on. I can afford exactly one of those. They're $180. Fuck. Blanca. Bro. If the market dropped 20% by expiration, you'd make 107 or 111x. 11,000% return. Was Blanca the one crying over the $500? I don't think so. It was like someone from the poor chat. But I think they're kind of like new to the Discord. They still have the little leafs. Don't you dare SPX. It's trying. Market maker is going to buy that dip. Always. Which contract was this? Fuck off, degenerates. I'm not telling you. God, you guys are... Sometimes you're just filthy. You know that? Go 15% out of the fucking money put. My degen sense is tingling. It's worse than 510, gang. The real question is, which one of you animals pissed at that Cheerios, jalapenos, and melted cheese combo in the poor chat? It had ramen in it, too. I promise I won't allocate more than 25% of my port. Fucked up. Hmm. Well, pull back to 30 is strong. How's your afternoon going? That's okay, Matt. Fine. What if minutes come out and nothing happens? That's usually what happens when minutes come out, Cobra. I like to buy contracts with my eyes closed. That way, when they fail, I can say, I would be such a great trader if I looked at the options. 4,500 P gang, rise up. No, that's not a thing. It's really dirty, but the more I look at this contract, the more I want to buy one. It's got like zero point 0.5 Vega, right? Which isn't amazing. No, that's stupid. That's a stupid contract. That one's way smarter. Did you add Morty or November 30 puts? Not today, no. You would have to pull back to 4,400 before end of November. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. What if minutes come out and something happens? Okay, that's also a possibility. 20 minutes to try to push us back into the top of the gap. Ugh. What fucking feature is that? Well, we didn't find support there for long. It was like 5 minutes. I don't use SMOs. How big of a port would one need to overnight straddle SPX instead of SPY QQQ? Uh, Probably just for single contracts. I think each leg you need about 15,000 to 20,000. 25 is more ideal if you're gonna try to manage it because you want to be able to sell against them as well. Yeah, I already got into some Airbnb, just a little bit. I'm gonna wait for further confirmation into the back half of this week, but yeah, I got into a little bit. I don't have a lot of positions open for a year. No, why would I do that? That sounds super nerdy. What a fucking waste of time. Option Strat now has IV per expiration for paid memberships. Okay. So they're what, giving you the smile? Making people pay for more free data? Wonderful. That's what they do. I'm trying to find a balance for covering my risk with MMFs. Oh, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why not just treasuries? You want to pay a fee on top of the short-term treasury rate? What's the max SPX could go to before the end of day? What, like... Hmm. I'd be surprised if it broke above 50, but I guess 75 wouldn't be impossible. I'd have to squeeze out a lot of calls again, but... Falling knife caught. Dixie's still going up, though. 30 years up 66 basis points now. Do you have to define your risk annually just with each trade? I have too many different positions to do that. I also don't really care about annualized risk. Generally, I do everything quarter by quarter. I can't afford treasuries. I think it's just 1,000. I haven't bought blocks that small, but let me double check. Treasury Direct's $100. So is the secondary market. Savings bonds are 25. That's a full port. Stop trying to normalize that, Brett. Poll on FOMC minutes? Why? So you guys just vote for whatever option you currently have open? Sure, man. Yeah, don't use okay, so let me give you some really helpful advice with options as a strategic investment. Don't listen to anything he fucking says except about options positions. All right? The man is like 65 years old and he makes YouTube videos in his bathroom. Okay? That's like he's not found a lot of success in developing investment strategies. Okay? And he uses like TA. It's disgusting. Just just learn the mechanics of the different types of positions. That's what the book's there for. Lawrence McMillan. Also Jay Fresh. Yeah. I've been using TA this whole time. Are you rich? I want to, you know what I want to meet? I want to meet somebody who's made money with Elliott Waves that hasn't just gone long SPX for 10 years. How unexpectedly, if you're expecting it. I mean, the reaction should be neutral because there shouldn't be any information in the minutes that we don't already know, right? So dovish or hawkish beyond the current narrative would be a surprise, right? Every Fed speaker has weighed in on their opinion since the FOMC meeting. We're back in the gray area. Yep. Didn't I just say they had 20 minutes to get it back to the gap? And here we are with 8 minutes to spare. I don't know the name of his YouTube channel. It's Lawrence McMillan. Gurk, I'm bored. Okay. I missed 45.25. That was earlier. They're just pushing everything back to neutral before the FOMC minutes drop. No, the sold calls are still to the upside. This is just where the long calls are. Mm. JP, I'm trying to rug everybody. Despite the rally, it's not clear how much investors are, quote, buying it more fundamentally. In general, most of the buying flows we've seen have been visible through index futures, ETFs, and options. By contrast, net flows among hedge funds and stocks have been very tepid at a global level as we continue to see long selling, perhaps due to profit taking. They say in the near term, or will we see broadening of the rally? Near term, perhaps not. Flows and CPI print launch this next leg up have been almost wholly short covering. Clients acknowledge the bear case and the shorts are not likely to work tactically, but that recent market action does not reflect their structural view of the market. Stated differently, many investors believe a recession is coming, and the longer it takes to arrive, the greater the depth of that recession. Further, the presence of an inverted yield curve is too powerful a signal to ignore. Sticking with the tactical view, retail investors may be returning to the market, as we saw 1.5 billion in buying yesterday versus the 1 month average of 385 million. Stats came from 3 p.m. yesterday. Retail investors tended to play the momentum trades, in this case, tech. Longer term, you'll likely need to see a narrative shift in the markets where not just a soft landing becomes the consensus, but that the business cycle has room to run. That could look like a yield curve that bull steepened, 2's 10 spread fully divergent, and you see retail buyers of cyclicals. This view likely needs to see the next earnings period show another inflection point higher in growth and less negative forward guidance. Ooh, Christine Lagarde expects headline inflation to rise again over the coming months. Would you straddle QQQ instead of SVX tonight because of NVIDIA earnings? I'm thinking about straddling NQ. Yeah. I did that for Microsoft earnings too. It was pretty good. SVX chart frozen? Oh, it might be. Yeah, sorry. If we head for a new low here, where do you see this bouncing? Well, I think the rest of our price action for the day is going to be largely driven by what comes out of the minutes here in like 30 seconds. So we may get more concentrated interest to the downside, and if we lose 25 and the collar, things could start to get a little bearish. If the reaction of the minutes is positive and we move up, positioning is going to need to build a little bit above 45, 45. But it could come in pretty quick. There's just not a lot of upside call positioning right now. Most of the upside call positioning on the chain is above 45.50, and it's mostly sold. So they're gonna need to pump up the gamma quite a bit to squeeze that out. Oh, Jesus with the collar, Gherk. Trashdan isn't even here. No, I'm not streaming NVIDIA earnings tonight. I don't want to listen to fucking Jensen ramble on. I'll just look in the numbers. Their earnings calls are just complete bullshit. Minutes are out. all participant judged it appropriate to maintain the target's interest rate between 5.25 and 5.5. Agreed policy decisions at every meeting will continue to be based on the totality of incoming information. It's really just nothing, right? Participants judge that maintaining a restrictive stance would support further progress towards goals while allowing time to gather information. So it just means they're just gonna like you know it's not a fucking Fed decision, right, Lawrence? It's just the fucking 5.25 5. This is the minutes from the last meeting. This isn't a new meeting. So the pause is already known. Participants noted that further policy tightening would be appropriate if information showed progress to inflation goal was insufficient. They noted that inflation had moderated but remained unacceptably high and well above the 2% target. So it's actually more hawkish than the headline narrative, but it's nothing unknown, right? I think a lot of you seem to think that this is an FOMC meeting. This is not a meeting. This is minutes from the last meeting. When fucking J-Pow was all super dovish and excited about productivity. Participants noted that there had been only limited progress in bringing down core services housing inflation. Participants judged demand and supply in the economy continue to come into better balance. Labor market conditions are tight, but had eased since earlier in the year. Economic forecast is similar to September. Many participants saw measures suggesting long-term treasury yield increases were driven by a rise in term premium. Participants stressed the need to see more data indicating inflation pressures were abating to be more confident of the price increases returning to 2%. Fed rate expectations changed. First rate cut seen likely as May 2024. Fully priced in for June 2024. So they shifted the, sounds like Fed Fund Futures shifted back the rate cut from May to June on the minutes coming out. Which means bullish. No, we should actually see yields rise on the back of this. Zero GT reactions kind of muted. Participants noted from appropriate if information showed progress that goal was insufficient. It doesn't look like FX markets are going to wait around. Dixie's pushing up. I sat around all day for this. FS. Wait for everyone to close their shit, and then we'll see where it goes. I said it was going to be boring. What are you on about, Brett? I love how the market stalls to this every time, and it's almost always just kind of meh. Yeah, it's very rarely a surprise. I do think there's some important points there that are currently contradictory to the assumptions the market was making, and we did see Fed fund futures tick up. Right, they moved the presumed rate cut from May to June. So that'll cause some repricing here and probably some repositioning. I'm just hyperactive, bad at working, and I have a keyboard in front of me. Please don't interrupt the flow. What needs to happen for a rate cut in June to not lead to a crash? Money market funds need to start moving back into equities. Usually, like, so the market, historically, the market's always made presumptions of when the Fed will cut rates. And historically, they've always been wrong. The Fed always over tightens. They always cause a credit crisis. And then they cut rates during the credit crisis. Any guess where SPX goes by end of day? I would say down is probably a little more likely. A, that's the direction we already have the majority of our momentum. B, minutes didn't really support the bull case of not as high for not as long, right? Like the Fed's the bullshit part about this, right? And every time the bulls shift their narrative is that, it's fucking nonsense every time, right? Like the Fed's just not going to do anything till they break something. Because otherwise they're not going to get any wealth destruction and the money supply is going to stay too high. There's no path forward without destruction of the money supply. There needs to be some. And either that'll be through taxation over time with a significantly higher federal funds rate, or it's going to be because something breaks. Lulu would have had to have had a terrible quarter to miss. No, it could simply just mean those options are mispriced. Or there's no liquidity in them. And the bid's at 50 cents, but where you get filled is probably higher. So JPass saying strong and resilient is actually him taunting the bears. It's not about bears and bulls, right? He just needs to tighten until something breaks because he needs to destroy all the money he printed. I think at the FOMC meeting, he was just excited that Japan was going to do his job for him, which they're starting to. And he can just sit back and it'll all fail. Here's the ultimate question for bulls. if we're in a bull market, right, and the market's never going to crash, and we're going to get our soft landing, and everything's going to go back to normal, why aren't Fed governors allowed to buy stocks again? That's going to be my new indicator for going long. Either Fed governors are allowed to buy stocks again, or no, they had to sell all their holdings back in November of 2021, remember? At the top. Or J Power resigns. Top three things that could break. Number one, I would say USD JPY carry trade. Number two, I would say US Treasury short squeeze. Three, tech. One bad earnings season is going to destroy the 10 years of forward pricing currently in the Mag 7, right? So if we get a quarter where they all whiff and they whiff hard, tech's fucked. It won't be seen as a safe haven. Everybody will run away from it. And that's a lot of value. Yeah, because so if Japan spread if the USD JPY spread tightens, right? Then all of a sudden all of the rate hikes become far more effective. Right now US banks are subverting borrowing from the Fed by moving their money offshore and lending against that lower term premium, right? Um and since theirs is negative, they get to over collateralize that, which is what is allowing the U.S. Mortgage industry to continue to offer loans at 7% instead of like 12. Um, if the carry trade's closed and the Fed becomes the lender of first resort, right? Then they're borrowing money at the federal funds rate, right? And mortgage rates are going to have to go up a lot. And so if that closes, credit actually tightens. We have kind of a mix of all of the issues of the last like three financial crises, and all of them to a greater degree, right? We have we have a massively overvalued speculative tech bubble built on the back of a technology that doesn't make any money yet, right? And probably won't make money for years. Um and then we have, a housing market liquidity issue that has led to a real estate bubble there. And we have, an over leveraged carry trade due to raising rates, right? And we also have one of the largest short volatility positions since Volmageddon. So it's, we've got them all. We've got pick one. Oh, hey, mega pumps. We just went back up $5. Don't try to make it cool. $5 is a mega pump. We're probably going to close somewhere between 45.40 and 45.30. Those weren't around. How much did VIX spike during Volmageddon? I think it was like it went up like 160% in a day or something. No, VIX went from like 12 to 33 in like a single day. Mega dumps down $3. You're far too emotional, Popcorn. If one collapses, could it lead to the others collapsing too? Yeah. I don't top duration risk, banks failing, Airbnb bubble. Yeah, well, the duration risks and bank failures are less of an immediate issue. The Airbnb bubble is kind of just part of the real estate liquidity issue, right? You could add CRM, like the commercial real estate market. That's got some fucking issues. But most of that isn't going to be a problem until 2024, 25. All the JPOW rate hikes are designed to slow money flow, right? Yeah, but the carry trade basically is US banks dodging the rate hikes by getting everything from Japan. Exactly. Yeah, it's a complete dodge of the US central bank rate until it collapses. See, the problem with it is it increases the velocity of the M2 supply, right? Because instead of, just a bank going to the Fed and getting money and then lending money out, right, which would be like 3 transactions to a borrower and then collecting interest. Right? They've got to go through so many, like, the money's changing hands so many more times, right? They're collateralizing with banks in Japan, and then they're taking that collateral and going short yen, right? And then they're taking the credit from short yen to go long dollar. then probably using the long dollar to average up their duration risk in treasuries, right? So average up T-bills, right? And then you take those back to the Bank of Japan, loop it through again, right? With bigger and bigger ratios, and then you lend it out at 8%. And then you're collecting, you're collecting your profitability on the yen short. You're collecting the new average, so the spread between your originally collateralized bond and your new one, and you're collecting the interest off of the lending rate, right? And so against the backdrop of 5.35%, you're picking up another, like 1.25, 3.25, and 8. So like another 12.5%. And this helps. And the more you leverage this, the more you increase your net interest income. Which equals your cash flows. The more liquid cash you have, the less you're exposed to risk from depositor demand, right? But the problem with this is when the trade unwinds, right, and that spread tightens, even though we're looking at the spread tightening in very tiny increments, like say the Bank of Japan goes to 0.25, right? But you've leveraged that trade up, 100x. So your ratio of risk is 1 to 100. Now you need to find, like 25% more cash in order to meet your margin requirement. Then you've leveraged, right? So you need 25% more than the original amount of money. Yeah, a 1% drawdown would effectively be all of the capital you originally deposited. And so, since the Bank of Japan decision and the decision from the Ministry of Finance to remove any open market action except in times of extreme stress, we've seen. Hold on one second. We've seen the carry trade just break down, right? So they're trying to get out of the carry trade as fast as possible without spiking volatility. And with the Bank of Japan decision on the 18th, they don't have a lot of time, right? Back in 2007, they had a fairly slow rate of like the spread didn't. First of all, it wasn't as leveraged as it is now because the federal funds rate was much lower. But they had a decent amount of time to get out of it, right? Like they weren't really fully out of the trade until like December of 08. But this time, they might have like 4 weeks or 3 weeks. It's like 26 days, right? That's a short fucking clock. And the fun part of this is that's the rumor from the Bank of Japan, and then ultimately the decision or what kick-started our run, right? If we look at October 16th and then October 30th, right? So the rumor first started circulating on Nikkei News that they were going to pull back YCC on the 16th. And then the decision came in overnight on the 31st. And if we go back to like SPX and we look, right, 23rd? Hold on. I gotta move this back to the daily because that's the weekly. What day was it on? It was the 20th. And yeah, we immediately see, like, as soon as the rumor comes out, we see vol returns across the convexity, like the forward convexity drop like almost 12% in 3 weeks. We see US yields shoot up, right? And this was before Jay Powell and Yellen, like, their decisions came here, right? But this had already pushed, forward returns on volatility down from, 4% to negative 0.66. And so, yeah, if you go out and you look at, like, October 20th was, here when the rumors first started circulating. And then right here is where we get the decision. And since the Bank of Japan made the decision, we've just nonstop gapped to the upside on like a massive short squeeze that, every major bank is saying has seen nothing but equity outflows from hedge funds. So I still think all of this is risk off because of the YCC decision. It's not really money laundering. It's really common, and it's, beneficial to both countries, and in order to, and it's a good thing, right? If your inflation isn't driven by overlending, which ours isn't, it's driven by, supply chain issues and labor demand, right? And a debt wage, more of a debt wage spiral than it is driven by overlending, right? In 2008, our inflation was driven by overlending. That's not the case now, right? And so the carry trade in this instance is actually beneficial and obviously very attractive because banks need to lend money, right? They need to continue lending money, and they need to lend money at nominal rates, especially because they're all so far underwater on their holdings, right? The problem with it, though, is it increases inflation, and for an economy like Japan that's entirely reliant on imports, importing that inflation is very, very expensive, right? And it does a lot of damage to your currency and your consumers. It's really bad, right? Up to a certain point, it's healthy, but beyond that, it becomes a problem. Do you think they can get completely out before December 18th? I think they're going to try to at least pare back as much risk as they can before the 18th. Because if the ministry, here's the reason, because if Bank of Japan is no longer going to do anything to control the yield curve, right? That means there's no action, right? No FX action from Bank of Japan. And the Ministry of Finance now is also no longer going to do anything. The only way to stabilize their currency is monetary policy. So the fact that both of these agencies have said we're no longer committing to open market action only leaves one possibility left to protect their currency. Right? And so it's kind of like, strategically a leading indicator that they plan to shift monetary policy. And the expectations before these announcements were that we wouldn't see a change in monetary policy from the Bank of Japan until like mid 2024. And now the risk is that it could happen sooner, right? That it could happen at every Bank of Japan meeting for the foreseeable future. So something to think about. We're actually in a bear flag right now, but we're close to the tip of it. At least on the 1 hour and SPX, we're in a bear flag. Well, that's what we've been seeing, right? We've seen broad covering in JGB, like short treasury shorts, and we've seen uh, pretty broad covering in yen shorts up until today. Today is the first time we've seen any kind of shift in the last 2 weeks. And that's largely because the dollar's up on slightly increased inflation expectations from the 10-year tips auction. And then negative the negative Chicago activity index. Well, they might need to. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Bank of Japan can take a moderate pace, right? You know, they can go like 0.25, right? And that's a, you know, that's actually a huge increase because they're moving from negative 0.1, right, to 0.25, which is like uh, a 350% increase. Right, and then like what we talked about earlier, right? So it's like you're going up 350% at like 100-to-1 ratio, right? So it's a lot bigger than it seems. And even if it's not leveraged 100-to-1, right? Like let's say it's like 20-to-1 leverage and it's not super over risked. You're still talking about a 7,000% increase. But the risk there is that Japan could maybe not be so moderate, right? They might go to 0.5, or they might go to 1, or they might go to 2, or they might peg to the dollar and go to 5.33. And it's great for Japan to do that because they get to squeeze everybody who's been leaning on their carry trade and shorting their currency, right? And all of those assets are going to flow into the Japanese economy at that leverage ratio. When the BOJ started using rates less than zero, they're paying people to borrow money. It makes sense if that money is going into Japanese development. With US banks abusing it, yeah, that's the problem. I mean, money comes in from that though. Don't assume it doesn't. I mean, that's why Buffett went long all the Japanese clearinghouses, right? Is because banks were going to start leaning into the carry trade and ramping up the velocity of money, right? And so for every one of those exchanges, there's fees, right? There's interest payments. There's still money coming in, right? So it is creating money. It's just not creating as much, right? So it does stimulate Japan's economy domestically a little bit, but the harder they lean on it, the less those returns matter, right? It's diminishing, and it starts to, like I said, it's very healthy if it's not abused. Like it's really good for their entire financial sector. It's really good if that money's going into Japanese assets. It's a problem when that money's going back offshore. My zero DTE straddle was a bad choice. I feel like I tried to warn you about that. Yes, we slightly favor the downside here, but not a lot. I still think our closing price probably ends somewhere between 45.40 and 45.30 unless we get a big move in momentum down. And right now I don't see that happening just yet. That would have to come from futures or something else. It's not coming, at least right now it's not coming from the zero DTE chain. I'm hearing all this about the carry trade, but I'm not hearing anything about how to save my port from all of the poor decisions made in the last 6 weeks. That's harder to explain. So if the unwinding of the carry trade is causing risk offs to pumpies, won't we dump till mid-December? No, I think they need to risk off more. I think they've simply just run out of liquidity to keep doing that. That's why I think we need a pullback, and then they're going to push even harder into FOMC and the Japan decision in December. You did try to warn me. Low risk move to just cut it now. I bought at 158. I don't know what your loss on it is. That's up to you. You could roll it out and try to play, this we haven't even really, like, volatility hasn't really eased much. But you could try to play, more realized vol later. That's probably what I would do if I got caught in a long straddle. Or you could turn it into a condor or a butterfly. It kind of limits your losses, but it can increase your profitability if we stay at this price. Well, you'd have to turn it into a butterfly, but I mean, M3 matters. M3 is used more broadly, but it's still something that's paid attention to. It's a better indicator of economic health than M2 and M1. M3 is everything in the M2 supply plus like less liquid or larger liquid assets and long-term deposits. But the Fed stopped, I think the Fed stopped publishing M3 a really long time ago. There might be some other countries and stuff that still do. Like I think Europe does. Maybe. Because they want to sell their underlying Falcon. This is a short squeeze. That means shares are being recalled. When we start going down, that means shares are being sold, right? You want to sell from the highest possible price. If I'm right, and this is risk off, and it's not bullish at all, and it's simply to exit this carry trade, and it's going to lead to something larger than yeah, they would want to pump it as high as they feasibly can. I'm gonna buy this dip. MM's gonna buy every fucking dip until they're net negative in their gamma position. Did you guys read the shit I wrote the other night about? I wrote all this up the other night. Didn't say they stopped publishing M3 a really long time ago. It was being published when I was going through my finance degree. Makes me feel old. So by the time I was out of school, they'd stopped publishing it. It was like, oh, they stopped in what, like 05 or 06? And like the argument was that like M2 was fine, you didn't need to look at M3. Don't look there. Which in retrospect looks like a really good way to hide all of the toxic assets built up from 2005 to 2008, right? M3's where they hid the GME shorts. There's no easy answer, Bastion. How low do they push GME tomorrow so we're extra embarrassed talking about it over Thanksgiving? You should be embarrassed anyway. You should already be so embarrassed that you don't show up to Thanksgiving. I, I I don't know how many times I have to say this. Our most likely closing price right now is between 45.30 and 45.40. The ironic moment when people talk about risk off and GME, and they don't realize the shorts were cash settled through XRT and a CFD we'll never see. Well, it's not really a CFD, but yeah. Same minus the pride. If you're right, you get to be in the Big Short too. Cool. But I want to be played by Brad Pitt. No, Jack Black. So buy bear call spreads, sell for what? Be honest, you'll probably be played by a de-aged Rob Schneider. No, you can't. You can't put Rob Schneider in a role where somebody has any intellect. Nobody'd buy it, right? You have to use like Matt Damon. I could be played by like what's that other fuckhead's name? Ben. No, not Ashton Kutcher. Like a fat Ben Affleck. Like if Ben Affleck would put on 100 pounds for the role. Zach Galifianakis could work. Batman Affleck. Russell Crowe? No, too serious. Like if I were Russell Crowe and I said about or like, oh, that's interesting about market data, I'd then do like 1,000-yard stare for 45 minutes. Is Meatloaf still alive? I thought he died. I don't know who that is. J-Roll since he likes to impersonate you. What if they just let you play yourself? I could do it. But then you lose the nature of the homage to what was discussed, right? Ron Jeremy in his prime, you know it's true. It's not a porn movie, Ghost of Dan. What? So left field. I can't stand Adam Driver either. Pickle Jar themed movie would need to cast Javier Bardem for your role to get enough entertaining screen depth to keep the audience engaged on a chart staring movie. Jack Black would be like me, but with way more energy. I don't know where he gets it from. I always thought it was drugs, but it's not. He He's like what Chris Farley would have been if he wasn't driven by cocaine, but instead just pure joy. Matt Berry in a perm, that could work too. Steve Carell is popcorn trader. Margot Robbie for your neighbor. That could work, actually. Danny DeVito, he has the gravitas, and since we've never seen your legs, the height isn't an issue. Fabio is dork. All right. I was thinking Orlando Bloom, but I guess Fabio could work. We need the guy who played Gimli as Jay Fresh. Could we break 35 here? We could. Why am I looking at brown curly headed actors on Google Images at work? I don't have curly hair. You know who would have been amazing if he was still alive? Rip Torn. I don't know who played the leprechaun in American Gods. I don't think I ever saw that. Dork played by Jamie Lee Curtis. John Rhys Davies is Gimli. Oh, okay, yeah. Him gingered up for the role. He could just smash things and say, I have a PhD. I know Rip Torn's dead. Tilda Swinton is Carl. You can have anyone play you, dead or alive. Just CGI the whole thing. You mean AI? Oh. Cat lady equals, I don't know. No. I don't even know who that is. Cat Lady's friend does not look like Kristen Bell. They can cast a Latino to play J-Pow. Finally, some representation. A bunch of gerbils for super stock. I don't know who any of these people are or what they look like. No. Janet Yellen, played by Patton Oswalt. Okay, yeah, that would work. I don't think I can allow you to post images in the YouTube chat. Lillian Gish? Wasn't she a silent film actress that's extremely dead? Oh my god, Janine Garofalo as Janet Yellen would be amazing. She's not more dead than anyone else. Well, she's as dead as other dead people. Janet Yellen is Danny DeVito. That's, wasn't there an episode where he dressed as Janet Yellen? Ongo Gablogian or something? Okay, well we've moved past all the calls now. What's so important about this level? Hmm. Ooh. Short covering, Bob. This put's gonna moon, isn't it? I don't know. Which put? I don't think Matt Damon can grow a beard. So it looks like VIX 12 is important. Yeah, but like go Photoshop a beard onto Matt Damon and then come back to me and say that same thing, Tankerific. Yeah, it's Danny DeVito as Janet Yellen. You know, when I first saw that, I thought that was the joke. Too much shit on here. What? I don't want to pull up the VRT 12, 15, 40p. Hey, he'd look terrible with a beard, you're correct, but he can still have one put on him to play you, was my point. It's just not gonna work. Did I get banned? No? You're just going on about VRT and I could care less. Are we getting de-risking? Opening up that spread and realized vol again. FinTwit got me. I'm busy with other shit right now. Sorry. I really want Airbnb to close below 125. Could you do a poll about Nvidia earnings? Yeah. No, I mean FinTwit shilled me into it. The stock's done nothing but go up since May. It doesn't seem like a great one to get puts on. Like why not just get puts on something that might actually come down? Are they about to squeeze out sold calls again? Not even close. There's really not a lot of sold calls until you get above 45.50. And even then there's really not very many. We need to trade here for some time in order to build up a lot of sold calls to the upside. De-risking generate VIX downs. It feels laggy on VIX futures response. It should be, yeah. Any mechanism behind that, or is there there's no correlation? You're just seeing the spreads tighten and widen on spot VIX. If you were going YOLO your life savings, would it be that Jensen didn't sell enough shares and will drive the share price higher? Jensen hasn't sold very many shares at all. He has a lot of shares. Most of them are in trust though, so they're probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon. This kind of seems like a concentrated effort to have us close a little bit higher. Or we're just seeing more de-risking. Today's starting to feel like we're seeing de-risking. There's been some big like volatility sensitive dumps. Jensen and the word trust have no business being in the same sentence. I'm prepared for all volatility except for the potential of none at all. Amazing. Maybe gap close. Mm, not very successful so far. A failure to close the gap on this would be pretty bearish, especially into the end of the day. Nvidia plummets on big beat coming. Is the fate of the entire market hinging on Nvidia? It might be, yeah. What's up, Anthony G? How you doing, dude? Welcome back. What's the deal with 45.52? That's where the calls end. there's still a decent put wall at 45.40. So part of that's making a breakout of the 45.40 level kind of difficult. Since bulls don't want to buy anything besides 0 DTs, it makes it even harder. There's still a lot of put interest at 45.30. For tomorrow's expiration, I should probably be checking that out now. There's a bit of a call wall being built up at 45.25, and there's a put wall at 45.30. Those are both pretty big. If we don't break out here to the upside and fill the gap, there's a really good chance we close between 45.25 and 45.30. So basically if this starts dropping, it starts dropping and breaks below 30, we could end up stuck there into close. So far nothing's really happening though. We're just sitting here. The futures are the same. Technically the futures test rejected. Whoops. But we haven't broken the downtrend yet. I guess I'd want to see it fall through there. It's just flat resistance. So that's top trend is meaningless. This is all that matters. Mm. It's 320 right now. No, I'm not going to stream NVIDIA earnings. I bet NVIDIA announced plans for a new factory that will be running by 2040. Super bullish. You mean like a soft goods factory? I don't know who that is, Bob. Good John Deere earnings, good for cat. No. Copper still moving up. Inflationary or anti-recessionary, do you think? Will this help GDP? Probably not, and it's probably inflationary. Or it's just speculation on the back of China stimulating their economy more. VIX moassing the 1325. Are puts back on the menu? Puts are always on the menu. They're always for sale, AJ. Do you see Meta breaking its all-time high or failing before? It could. Is AJ buying puts? I need to know. That way I can buy calls. I don't know what AJ's doing. Hmm. VIX is getting kind of gappy. Go, VIX, go. Yes, I am long yen. They're gonna short VIX to 11 again, aren't they? So far, they're unsuccessful. I don't think so. I think the demand for vol products is too high, like long vol, and don't forget there's $6 trillion in short dated treasuries that need to be hedged with long volatility. Like money market funds are still driving a demand for volatility. Thoughts on DM? I mean, those are some GME earnings estimates. They're quite bullish. Are you assuming a continuous like a logarithmic drop in SG&A? How many Cornichon memberships do I need to charge to my credit card to get you to watch NVIDIA earnings with us? There's not enough non-Cornichon like viewers in the chat to make it worth it. You can't just buy me with money like some common whore, Cobra. Just get Pontiff. It's credit, not money. We still have 30 minutes to not fail today's gap, though. 1 second, I'll be right back. Are you selling the video shares after hours? I have like bull call spreads that are super deep in the money. I'm probably just gonna close them though. Actually, yeah, I should probably do that soon. Hedge them? Fucking $20 in the money. I used to have a buddy in college who would get his student loans out in cash from the bank, take a cell phone pic with it, and then immediately put it right back in. Why? Does your friend meet Kevin? I YOLO'd all my student loan money into AMD at like $12. Team Red. Yeah, Ivy's super crushed. Or Jensen hits a home run and blows them all up, and the video goes to 600. Mm-mm. 1 second, guy. If you're on Fidelity and you use XSP, they won't force close you because it's cash settled. The new Argentina guy says Falkland Islands belong to Argentina. What do? Time to get sausage fingers on the phone. I am eating jerky. I want all my money on Nvidia puts, and they're all underwater, but I hold Jensen Huang, no sell, no sell. All right, man. I'll close my bull call spreads tonight. I never called you Greg, Brett. Is this a breakdown to 25.30 you mentioned earlier? It could be. Don't call me Brett, man. Can't win. People are still buying puts. Can trading really be as simple as MACD and the 200-day MA? Sure. As long as you have good risk management, you could let Popcorn Trader pick all your options. You can just play inverse AJ. There's a lot of ways to make money. Why is 45.35 a fortress? It's not, but it's the last level where there's like enough bullish positioning to keep momentum from building to the downside. 1 second. Pop. This XSP thing is magical. I can't believe you hid this from me. Well, there was too big of a risk that you'd start playing 0 DTs into close, so me and the board met and decided it was in the best interest of everyone if you didn't know about them. We're not supposed to 0 DT in the close. It's a exceptionally easy way of losing money. Out of the money covered calls are a bullish bet. I don't know what you've seen, man. Have you ever watched Archer or I don't know, Always Sunny, Rick and Morty, What We Do in the Shadows, Letterkenny? I've recently been watching Frasier to fall asleep. It's working. I haven't seen the Shorzy spinoff. That's Matt Berry. He's amazing in everything. Ooh, watch the IT crowd. What's your target for IWM again? It was 174. Yeah, I don't really like Adventure Time very much. I've tried to watch it a couple times. I think it's weird. What's highly recommended and better than Letterkenny? Oh, Shorzy. Close have dropped to 3. I don't know. I sold more $3 covered calls today. There's a new Fraser? How? I have seen Arrested Development far too many times at this point. The question is why? Paramount rebooted it. Oh boy. I don't like Eastbound and Down very much. I don't really like that guy. I don't think he's that fucking I don't think he's like really funny in anything. He's kind of like Will Ferrell. Like he's just usually not funny. I don't know. I sold CCs on it yesterday too, Pookie. Danny McBride is who will play you now. With its mild jokes, forgettable characters, and uninspired storylines, Frasier 2.0 barely makes any impression at all. Yeah, no, it's subjective. I there's people who love Will Ferrell. I just don't get it. I'm trying to learn her. Why would you sell an out of the money CC as a bullish bet? Wouldn't it make sense just to wait for price improvement instead of taking lower premium? Because you're getting premium and then you own the underlying. So if you're selling an out of the money CC, you're betting that the underlying is going to go up. And then you're going to get assigned, right? Everybody on Theta Gang's wheeling because I think it's the best strategy in the world. It's okay. Excuse me. Hiccups. I don't think Paul Rudd's funny, but he's a goddamn treasure. Yeah, so everyone on Theta Gang's wheeling. So when they're selling cover calls, they're trying to get assigned so they can go back to selling CSPs. Because if they're selling cover calls, they've already fucked up. It's not the best strategy in the world. I told you that. And you're the one who insisted on wheeling fucking GME of all stocks. It's never worth it to buy it back because you'd be buying it back at a loss. You have up until the point at which the stock has surpassed the premium you received for the covered call. After that, you're taking a loss to buy it back. How's wheeling Bear Stearns? Phenomenal. Just roll it until you get assigned. Yeah, you can do that. Just wheel mag 7 and never get assigned on exercised on CSPs. Oh look, we bounced all the way back up. How exciting. Is there actually any change in interest there? No. Well, I wonder if all the 4340s sell off. What odds would you give NVIDIA moving us one way or another? If their earnings are really bad, they're going to take a huge chunk of ETFs and QQQ down with them. There's a post on SS about FTDs. They were having trouble with how many days without fails in October GME had. It's almost like it's just fine and not being that heavily shorted. Yeah, Ivy's priced up a little bit on QQQ, but it won't be as much as on NVIDIA. No, don't YOLO NVIDIA 350s. Too late, all in. Did anybody sell an Iron Condor when I mentioned it earlier? Did that one guy turn his straddle into a butterfly? Nice deal. Have you given your predictions for tomorrow yet? No? Kind of depends where we close today. A little bit, not much. If we close below 43.35, it could be a little bit more bearish tomorrow. 43.40, I don't think really changes anything. Maybe just more flat. No problem, sads later. 13.5% projected move on NVIDIA. Seems priced in by tenfold at this point. Where are you getting this from? The 1 day expected move for NVIDIA right now is 3%. 6.7% over the next 5 days. My broker, or maybe they just did it when the earnings were announced. There's a 13% move projected over 30 days. So maybe that's what they're giving you? Is the 30-day expected move? Yeah, that's 30 days is 13.7%. Like, will they just lie indefinitely? I mean, that's what I'm assuming. Did you revise your earnings expectations? That's a little bit better, yeah. Man, you need to own some different fucking stocks. You're not gonna get an overnight call hedge going into Nvidia's earnings? This doesn't seem like a hard one. Alright, I need this to do nothing but sell off for the next 4 minutes. Ah, shucks. No, I don't think Nvidia's gonna buy Fubo. The reason SJ has been following trends so well recently? It hasn't. It's broken every fucking trend that's been on it for the last 6 months. It's gonna stop right here at 37, isn't it? Probably 30, like 35, but like not at 35, you know? Like 35, 50, something like that, like 35, 15, something shitty. I saw that, Blanca. I did say we would probably close below between 45.30 and 45.40. What time is Nvidia earnings? 4 sharp? I think they released the earning, like the EPS and revenues right away. And that takes a little time for the rest of the information to come in. Hey, what's up, Dork? Welcome back. You fucked up the market crash. I needed a 4-minute market crash. Happy Nvidia Day, Nvidia. It's okay. I only spent 25 cents betting on it. To get AMD Weekly and SPY 1 DTE Strangle to play Nvidia earnings. Okay. Are you a fan of sous vide? Yeah, it's okay. Sometimes I don't like it. Sometimes it's nice to have your meat gunk in your pan in case you want to make a sauce, you know? Ding ding, the day is done. Alright, let's see what Nvidia is gonna do. Register for the earnings call? Why? It's just gonna be bullshit again. They're just gonna say AI a bunch and then they're gonna field the perfect set of questions, right? And then end the call. AMC is now selling bags, fucking bags, literal backpack bags. Who would ever buy one of those? Never mind. Earnings call will be done by a virtual Jensen showing the power of AI. It'll be called Huang Vision. The video's implied move. It's not quite, it's 3%. When NVIDIA implosion? Or like 12 minutes or something? No one cares about the actual earnings call. They just care if they hit their fucking absurd EPS target of 336 a share and 16.2 billion in revenue, right? Who said $3? Just prepare yourself for a big green peener. I'm actually prepared for both peener types. Although I'll make slightly less money if it's a green peener. Isn't a video moving around without numbers? Ghosts? Yeah. Sam Altman appearing at the NVIDIA presentation. Nordstrom's beat. Cool. Are they presenting their new contraband technology? I guarantee they don't talk about Chinese chips. If they do, they'll just be like, yeah, the H whatever 200 or 800 or whatever fucking whichever one they've created. JWN missed revenue, but beat on EPS. Futures down 10 bibbles after close. Motherfuckers. The video going up. Spy tanking. What mean? The video's not really going up. It's up 0.3%. You ever ask your doc for an extra prostate exam? My dentist says it makes them uncomfortable. Just tell them it's another cavity that you need fixed. Can NVIDIA fluff their books enough to beat earnings? Or did they max it out last time? Their guidance was ridiculous, so. Problem is when she brings out the drill. My puts would have printed if the market was still open. Yes, Tom Tom. That's part of the risk of buying zero GTEs 15 minutes before expiration. Is sometimes the hedge won't get dumped until after market close. Let's see how many new startups Jensen's funded in the last 3 months. Jensen's gonna be wearing 2 leather jackets to show how much money they made. Jesus. Leather chaps, assless chaps, and a leather jacket. Is this a diamond top on NVIDIA earnings? No. Your chaps are assless, popcorn trader. Leather gimp mask. Just head to toe, leather daddy. Can we make a leather daddy Jensen Wang stream card? But his mustache is just 2 little video cards. This is my Stalingrad. His ball gag is bright green and has black lettering AI on front. Commodity trading advisors. Peter. Regenerative AI? Don't talk to me about fashion, Middle Western consumer sentiment rep. Wouldn't USD JPY currency spread collapse? I mean, it is currently collapsing. $50 down in one candle. Go. Somebody should make an AI that can play options that will always be profitable. Hmm. Interesting. Do you think that would work? Because I could replace myself right now. That'd be cool. Hmm. Well, at least we finally broke through the resistance. Great. And after hours, after I sold my 2D puts, no, you didn't. Your 2D puts are for December, and I know you never sell options. We still got like 3 minutes till they release EPS. You can't sell options, Gherk. I have one QQQ 389C for tomorrow. That's it. Hashtag cash. I want to see how this garbage range plays out, and I didn't have enough settled cash to hedge. Fair enough. 45.25. Here we come. Wow, you have the most realistic expectation for Nvidia earnings out of every single fucking person in the chat. Imagine the press release just starts with "We're sorry." Nvidia is going to announce their bid to hire Sam Altman. You said a talk yesterday that protecting positions is always more important than what the market should do. I sold call credit spreads for December to cover all losses. Nice. Nvidia hired Blinken, Biden, and Xi. Alright, where the fuck are EPS? Hmm. Peener, wiener. Nice, Torque. In a video with holding EPS, just write your own number. I'm here to contribute meaningful and substantive discussion. I appreciate it. ChatGPT is still working on the earnings report. Hmm. Doesn't the call itself start at like 5? Because volatility on NVIDIA has been shorted to fucking back into this earnings. They just released the earnings last minute, so there's no time for analysis, and then they just bullshit. You know what? I'd believe it. Oh. Oh shit. Did it beat? Awkward. It's all over the bear bull, bear. Looks like. Nope, that's not the video. Gonna need to zoom out a lot more. Oh, this is fun. If a god can bleed, it can be killed. This is why Jensen sold. Yeah. All this and then back to 490 by open. You're definitely not wrong. I swear to God, if this drags SPX to the 4450 range, I'm rage quitting. Where the fuck is Todd? So they missed on revenues, beat on EPS? Yeah, it looks like 402. Nope, they beat on both. What the fuck? Revenue 18 billion? Why is this tanking? No one gives a shit. That's hysterical. It's more than enough for growth expectations. Sales to China will decrease significantly. Where are you getting that from? They beat EPS $4 versus 3.36. Um, and they beat on revenue 18.12 versus 1609. Bloomberg TV. Oh, okay. AJ, there is no pullback to 4,400 unless we fail 4,500. Do you understand how confirmations work? Is NVIDIA the new Enron? Probably. Decline will be offset by growth in other regions. You mean regions that'll move the chips to China for them? Iraqi sales skyrocket. It's like our Chinese earnings are down $5 billion, but our Saudi Arabian earnings are up $5 billion. still lowered I mean, it's still lowered guidance. It won't reflect well at their current valuations. Adjusted gross margin 75% versus estimated 72.5. The leather jacket is what reflects well on the market. One stack holding up the world's economy. No, I didn't expect them to miss. Has Nvidia ever been this close to 525 before? Overnight in the last earnings, I think. Should go to like the 1 hour. Yeah, it hit like 519, 520. And then dropped immediately to 450. We've seen a little bit of both tonight. Hear me out, Nvidia. 500 and open. Short volatility wins the day. How are they expecting 20 billion quarter four, but 5 billion from China? 5 billion more from Saudi Arabia. Plus the markup. 50 billion from Kazakhstan. 5 billion more from North Korea. Yeah, they'll then sell them to China. Saudi Arabia is a flourishing AI startup environment. Are they just openly admitting to selling to China via Saudi Arabia? No, no, but that's what they're gonna do, right? We expect that our sales to these destinations will decline significantly in the fourth quarter of fiscal 2024, though we believe the decline will be more than offset by strong growth in other regions. Yeah, nothing like offsetting the sales of the sales to the second largest economy in the world with other regions. Saudi Arabia. I could stream the earnings. Do we really want to fucking listen to him? Might as well. All right. I already sold my pooty toot poot. I know. Bring on JFresh and Dork. Oh, I could do that. No, actually, I don't know. Dork, are you working? You're still working, right? Fucking stupid time zone. Just throw on a leather jacket and say AI a bunch. I have an IP meeting at 4. Lame. Gork didn't have goodies. I'm sure he was crying on stream. No, that was fine. Nothing happened. Later, Verax. I'm working all day and missed the entire stream. Why does this happen like 3 days a year? You missed the SPX trade flat for fucking 7 hours. No, I didn't really go over any end of day stuff yet. I will though. I wouldn't say I missed it. Zing. Well done. Fuck you, Carl. The videos moved more in after hours on the news of Lindsay Lohan getting a DUI. Thanks for all the insight on Japan and US relations today. It makes a Europe where I feel like you can understand part of what is going on in this world and in the US. Appreciated. You got it, man. Carl's abusing mod powers and time me out. Why else would he have mod powers? NVIDIA hires Sam Altman for new Ponzi scheme. We mean AI department. When NVIDIA first dumped, ES dumped $10. Is NVIDIA really that big? Or is it because it's the only thing making moves? Both? I mean, NVIDIA's pretty big. Right now it's, well over a trillion in market cap. So is Nvidia buying Fubo or not? No. Can you explain how it's possible for Nvidia to move like that? Spreads are wide in after hours, and price action tends to gap pretty quickly. So you get a lot of like realized volatility. It's basically just hedging, largely, yeah. Nvidia acquiring Apple. All the Mag 7 should just move and merge into one corporation. Isn't that just BlackRock? People trying to set the bid ask based on blah 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 valuation metrics, Monte Carlos, blah blah blah. What would you call it? Gugnislasoft? I don't know. Like Megatron? Yeah. 1 second. I'll be right back. Still got like 18 minutes till the call starts, I think. Jensen boils Thanksgiving turkey. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Here's my question. When does like Jensen's fucking blatant disregard of the chip sanctions turn into like treason? Like, how long can you go ignoring the spirit of law by trying to subvert it through loopholes? No, he's in fact not poor. How long has GE been doing it? All right, fair. I mean, he's really got to be becoming like a thorn in Biden's anus at this point, right? Wait, why would we be shipping H100s packed with cocaine to the Sinaloa cartel? $14-day return policy. I'm just saying, I don't think that's the direction drugs flow. Probably as long as they keep propping up the market with bloated valuations. I mean, it's like they're actively trying to stop the export of the chips. I like the extended hangout sesh. It's like we're real friends. I'm real friends with all the pigeon whales. We're in a gang together. You think the government will may treat the AI chips similar to encryption algos? I mean, they're trying to, right? Didn't they declare them like military and technology with the last ban? Blood in, blood out. That's right, Dave. But also, why no SPX crash? You know what, Popcorn? It's fucking red, alright? And you don't have any puts anyway. The bear levels didn't move. They're in the same place they were this morning. Ten more minutes. So, all right. Yeah, I think that's going to be. Yeah, you can hop in here. Goople, Applita, Meta, Mesaloft. Ugh. It's too much. Yeah, I'll fucking... I'll hop in a thing with you, Dork. I don't have a favorite Coldplay song. I couldn't even name a Coldplay song. What's up, man?
Happy NVIDIA Day.
Happy NVIDIA Day to you too. If
Thanks for the-
NVIDIA goes out of business, does AMD go to $400?
No.
300?
It goes down a bunch, and then it goes up to $400.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's going to be scared of all the other chip makers for about 3 seconds, and then they're all going to realize that Lisa Su is a god.
She is.
I still think my favorite deepfake is of you and you as Aragorn and Lisa Su as Ellenwen from Lord of the Rings.
Getting married.
Yes.
Yep. One day.
I know that's your, like, you it's not that you don't want to be in a relationship, it's that you will only accept a relationship with Lisa Su.
That's correct. She works. She knows how to work the tip and the shaft.
And she knows her way around a balance sheet.
Yeah, she does.
So NVIDIA just going to not do anything this afternoon? Looks like it is.
Yeah, it looks pretty fucking boring. Well,
why are we here?
I don't know.
Anything else? Do anything exciting today?
So
Not
NVIDIA
really.
has been in clear violation of the October 7 rule now in 3 separate instances, right? And they've continued to make the Department of Commerce and the executive branch have continued to progressively more and more stringent restrictions on the chips, which they keep subverting. How long, Dork, do you think NVIDIA investors are going to hodl while Jensen goes to war with the U.S. government?
That's a very good question. And I think the answer will present itself when we find out that Senator Pat Toomey or one of the others has puts on NVIDIA. Although the thing is they'll open those the day before, so we may not get that information. We'll just have to find out after the fact that they timed the top perfectly.
There was a senator or a congressperson that bought NVIDIA puts. Like, way the fuck out of the money NVIDIA puts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, check DM. JFresh wants you to put this on the stream.
If it's a cat penis, I'm not doing it.
That's you know what? It's not.
No. Okay.
Even better.
This looks too cool.
It says contraband technology.
This is Jensen Wang, aka Leather Daddy, revealing the new H200 chip.
The resistor on the top. That's what makes it for me. Well, is the earnings call even up? Like, up there it goes. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Sweet.
going. Hold on.
Ah, shit, if I'm on a voice call with you, is it going to bleed through if I play it through my computer? Maybe I can play it quietly.
I don't think so. I'm playing it on the stream, too.
Well, can you hear the music right now, the waiting music?
Yeah.
But like from me?
No.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure
the audio doesn't go through Discord.
I know. Well, there's this phenomena called acoustic echo that happens where the microphone plays it back to you. Like if you hear yourself, that's a good thing, but I think we're good.
Nerd.
I just had to deal with it for 3.5 hours, so well, not that in particular, but two things related to it. But yes, I have it.
Are they ever going to start talking?
4 minutes.
Wow.
3.5, I guess. I don't know. Eventually they will. Oh, guess what I had for lunch today?
What'd you have?
Taco Bell.
Nice. That's your favorite.
Yeah, it is. And can you guess what I got from Taco Bell?
Chicken quesadillas.
That's correct. And you even got the plural correct, too. I got 2 of them. I was feeling spicy.
Did you get the at-home bottle of Taco Bell Chipotle mayo?
I have not figured out where to get that. I think someone sent me a link at one point.
So I found a better way for you to get it. Go into a Taco Bell, give someone $10 and a Ziploc bag, and just be like, I need the quesadilla sauce. Or whatever the going hourly rate there is. I guarantee you one of them will fill it up.
Oh man, for a 20 spot?
Sure.
I thought you were gonna tell me to just spit and make white in a jar at the same time.
You could theoretically take Chipotle hot sauce and mayonnaise and mix it together. If you really wanted to take it to a new level, you could use ranch dressing.
There we go. Or maybe splash some Tabasco in there for a little extra heat.
Does anyone here work in acquisitions at MoMA? I want to see JFresh's peanut art in person. I've been trying to get him a showing. I know a couple people.
You know, with
none of who work at MoMA, but
with all those pictures, he could do like a full-on exhibit if he just frames like half of those.
yeah.
That'd be great. You know, it would be an amazing commentary on society.
I dated somebody who worked at the Frick collection, but I really don't feel like it would play in that environment, you know?
Should I time out Bob for mentioning a MACD strategy?
Yeah, you can. Go for it.
I mean, it's bearish on Airbnb, but even then.
I mean, it's Bob. You don't need a reason.
That's true. I like to believe my actions are justified. Okay. This is the one we were
Embrace the fascism.
Okay. Check DM.
All right, that one's pretty good.
Good afternoon. My name is JL,
Oh,
and
they're
I will be
talking.
your conference operator today.
Perfect
At
timing.
this time, I would like to welcome everyone
Oh,
to
what'd I
the
do?
third quarter earnings call. All lines have been placed on mute to prevent any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session. If you would like to ask a question during this time, simply press star followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, again, press the star 1. Thank you. Simona Jakowski, you may now begin your conference.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NVIDIA's conference call for the third quarter of fiscal 2024. With me today from NVIDIA are Jensen Huang, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to remind you that our call is being webcast live on NVIDIA's Investor Relations website. The webcast will be available for replay until the conference call to discuss our financial results for the fourth quarter and fiscal 2024. The content of today's call is NVIDIA's property. It can be reproduced or transcribed without our prior written consent. During this call, we may make forward-looking statements based on current expectations. These are subject to a number of significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual results may differ materially. For a discussion of factors that could affect our future financial results and business, please refer to the disclosure in today's earnings release, our most recent Forms 10-K and 10-Q, and the reports that we may file on Form 8-K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All statements are made as of today, November 21st, 2023, based on information currently available to us. Except as required by law, we assume no obligation to update any statements. During this call, we will discuss non-GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these non-GAAP financial measures to GAAP financial measures in our CFO commentary, which is posted on our website. With that, let me turn the call over to Colette.
I want to look at their
Thanks,
GAAP
Simona.
measures.
Q3 was another record quarter. Revenue of $18.1 billion was up 34% sequentially,
Is she
and up more
fucking
than
talking into a
200%
coffee can?
year on year, and well above our outlook of $16 billion.
The AI
Starting with
just needs
data
to
center.
render for a bit.
The continued ramp of the NVIDIA HGX platform based on our Hopper Tensor Core GPU architecture, along with InfiniBand end-to-end networking, drove record revenue of $14.5 billion, up 41% sequentially, and up 279% year on year. NVIDIA HGX with InfiniBand together are essentially the reference architecture
Did
for
Dork
AI
set up the
supercomputers
audio?
and data center infrastructure. Some of the most exciting
Fuck
generative
you.
AI applications are built and run on NVIDIA,
If I set this up, you
including
could hear like it
Adobe
was
Firefly,
nothing.
ChatGPT, Microsoft
I know.
365 Copilot, CoAssist, Now Assist with ServiceNow, and Zoom AI Companion.
What the fuck
Our
does
data center
Zoom need
compute
AI
revenue
for?
quadrupled from last year, and networking revenue nearly tripled. Investment in infrastructure
you,
for
Cobra.
training and
You got him.
inferencing, large language models, deep learning, recommender systems, and generative AI applications is fueling strong, broad-based demand for NVIDIA accelerated computing. Inferencing is now a major workload for NVIDIA AI computing. Consumer internet companies and enterprises drove exceptional sequential growth in Q3, comprising approximately half of our data center revenue and outpacing total growth. Companies like Meta are in full production with deep learning recommender systems and also investing in generative AI to help advertisers optimize images and text. Most major consumer internet companies are racing to ramp up generative AI deployment. The enterprise wave of AI adoption is now beginning. Enterprise software companies such as Adobe, Databricks, Snowflake, and ServiceNow are adding AI copilots and assistants to their platforms. And broader enterprises are developing custom AI for vertical industry applications such as Tesla and autonomous driving. Cloud service providers drove roughly the other half of our data center revenue in the quarter. Demand was strong from all hyperscale CSPs, as well as from a broadening set of GPU specialized CSPs globally that are rapidly growing to address the new market opportunities in AI. NVIDIA H100 Tensor Core GPU instances are now generally available in virtually every cloud, with instances in high demand. We have significantly increased supply every quarter this year to meet strong demand and expect to continue to do so next year. We will also have a broader and faster product launch cadence to meet a growing and diverse set of AI opportunities. Toward the end of the quarter, the U.S. government announced a new set of export control regulations for China and other markets, including Vietnam and certain countries in the Middle East. These regulations require licenses for the export of a number of our products, including our Hopper and Ampere 100 and 800 series, and several others. Our sales to China and other affected destinations derived from products that are now subject to licensing requirements have consistently contributed approximately 20 to 25% of data center revenue over the past few quarters. We expect that our sales to these destinations will decline significantly in the fourth quarter, though we believe they'll be more than offset by strong growth in other regions. The U.S. government designed the regulation to allow the U.S. industry to provide data center compute products to markets worldwide, including China. Continuing to compete worldwide, as the regulations encourage, promotes U.S. technology leadership, spurs economic growth, and supports U.S. jobs. For the highest performance levels, the government requires licenses. For lower performance levels, the government requires a streamlined prior notification process. And for products even lower performance levels, the government does not require any notice at all. Following the government's clear guidelines, we are working to expand our data center product portfolio to offer compliant solutions for each regulatory category, including products for which the U.S. government does not wish to have advance notice before each shipment. We are working with some customers in China and the Middle East to pursue licenses from the U.S. government. It is too early to know whether these will be granted for any significant amount of revenue. Many countries are awakening to the need to invest in sovereign AI infrastructure to support economic growth and industrial innovation. With investments in domestic compute capacity, nations can use their own data to train LLMs and support their local generative AI ecosystems. For example, we are working with India's government and largest tech companies, including Infosys, Reliance, and Tata, to boost their sovereign AI infrastructure. And French private cloud provider Scaleway is building a regional AI cloud based on NVIDIA H100s, InfiniBand, and NVIDIA AI enterprise software to fuel advancement across France and Europe. National investment in compute capacity is a new economic imperative, and serving the sovereign AI infrastructure market represents a multi-billion-dollar opportunity over the next few years. From a product perspective, the vast majority of revenue in Q3 was driven by the NVIDIA HGX platform based on our Hopper GPU
Do you think they're
architecture,
adopting an AI
with lower
as preferable to
contribution from
having
the prior
biological
generation
children?
Ampere
Apparently
GPU
everyone's
architecture.
adopting AIs now.
The
It's
new
pretty cool. Well, you can
L40X
turn them off,
GPU
which you
built
can't do with a
for
real child.
industry standard servers began to ship, supporting
My
training
parents would have
and
adopted an
inference
AI.
workloads
Yeah.
across a variety of customers. This was also the first
It wouldn't have done well in
of
school
our
though, you know.
GH200 Grace Hopper superchip, which combines our ARM-based Grace CPU,
Also, AI
a
won't wipe
Hopper
your ass
GPU.
when you're 90.
Grace, and Grace Hopper
Or will
are
it?
ramping into a
Oh,
new
shit.
multi-billion-dollar product line. Grace Hopper instances
There's
are
a
now
reason I say
available
thank you to
at
Siri.
GPU
So all of
specialized cloud providers,
NVIDIA's
and
right, hear
coming
me out,
soon
Dork.
to
All of
Oracle
NVIDIA's
Cloud.
sales.
Grace Hopper is also
She's
getting
not saying
significant
anything important.
traction
She's gonna say
with
Grace Hopper
supercomputing
50 more
customers.
times.
Initial
All
shipments
of NVIDIA's sales for
Los
the last
Alamos
3 quarters have
National
been
Lab
forward
and the Swiss
projections
National
of sales that
Supercomputing
they've
Center
agreed to
took
make,
place in the
right?
third quarter.
But
Yeah.
the
The UK
government has cut
government
off
announced it will build one of the
25% of
world's
those
fastest
sales,
AI supercomputers,
which is a
called
$9.704
AI,
billion
with
dollar
almost
unreported loss.
5,500 Grace Hopper superchips.
Well,
German
let's not
Supercomputing
get too
Center
hasty
Well,
yet,
none of
Dirk.
these
also announced that it will
chips have
build
been
its
delivered,
next generation AI supercomputer with
Yet.
close to
but they're still reporting the
24,000
sales of
Grace
those
Hopper
chips as
superchips
part of their
and
earnings.
quantum to InfiniBand,
They have to solder the big
making it the
resistor
world's most
to the
powerful
chip, and then
AI
they can ship them
supercomputer
off.
with over 90
No, they can't.
exaflops of AI performance. All in,
Fuckers.
we estimate that the combined AI compute capacity of all the supercomputers built on Grace Hopper
Yeah, I don't
It's
know. I think
25% of NVIDIA's
Europe, and
revenues,
Japan next year will
according to their
exceed
CFO's
200 exaflops,
report.
with more wins to come.
And quote,
Inference
on
is
October
contributing
17,
significantly
2023,
to our
the
data
U.S.
center
government
demand
announced
as
new and
AI
updated
is now in
licensing
full
requirements
production
effective in
for
our
deep
fourth
learning,
quarter of fiscal
recommend,
2024
serve,
for exports to China
chatbots,
and country groups
copilots,
D1, D4, and
and
D5,
text-to-image
including but not limited
generation.
to Saudi
And
Arabia,
this is
United
just
Arab
the
Emirates,
beginning.
and Vietnam.
NVIDIA AI offers the
Hold on.
best inference performance and versatility, and thus the
Let
lower
me shut her
power and
up for a
cost
second.
of ownership.
She's just reading the
We
press
are
release.
also driving a fast
Um,
reduction curve. With the
Of our
release
products
NVIDIA
exceeding certain performance
Tensor
thresholds,
RT
including
LLM,
A100,
we now
A800, H100,
exceed more than
H800,
2x
L4,
the
L40,
inference
L40S, and
performance
RTX
of half
490.
the cost
The licensing
of
requirements
inferencing
also
LLMs
apply to the
on
export of
NVIDIA
products
GPUs.
exceeding certain
We
performance
also announced
thresholds to a
the
party
latest
headquartered
member
in
of
or with the
Hopper
ultimate
family,
parent headquartered in
GH200,
country group
which
D5,
will be the first
including
GPU
China.
to
The USG
offer
informed
HBM
as the
3E,
licensing requirements are effective
faster,
immediately
larger memory
for all
to further
shipments of
accelerate generative
A100,
AI and LLMs.
A800, H100,
It
H800,
inference
and
speed up
L40S
to
products.
another
These
2x
licensing requirements will
compared
not
to
have a meaningful
H100
impact on our
GPUs
revenue
running
in the third
LLMs
quarter of
like
fiscal
Llama 2.
24 as they were announced near the end of the
Combined
quarter,
Tensor RT
and we had
LLM
additional
and
demand from
H200
customers
increased
outside of the
performance
named
or
country
reduced
groups.
cost by
Our
4x
sales to
in just
China and
1
other
year,
affected
without
destinations
customers
derived from
changing their
products
stack.
that
This
are
is
now
a
subject to
benefit of
licensing
2x
requirements
our
have
architecture
contributed
over
approximately 25%
Compared
of
to
our
the
data center
A100,
revenue
H200
over the past few
delivers
quarters.
an 18x performance increase for inferencing models like GPT-3,
Oh,
allowing
man.
customers to move to larger models and with no
Sounds like a
increase
big
in
old, I'm not going to say it because
on-the-go
that's
web
libel,
services,
but you know what I'm
Cloud,
thinking.
Microsoft Azure
Right?
and Oracle Cloud will be among the first
The secret ingredient.
CSPs to offer H200 based
I mean, come on.
I
You
guess so. Their data
keep
center
talking.
revenues are slightly
At last
lower.
week's
It's like
Microsoft Ignite,
it's like
we deepened and expanded our
10.402
collaboration with Microsoft across the entire stack. We
and
introduced an
then
AI Foundry service for the development and tuning of custom
this was
generative AI enterprise applications running on Azure.
4.46.
Customers can bring their domain knowledge and proprietary data,
Hold on.
and we help them build their AI models using our AI expertise and software stack in our DGX
Quarter
cloud,
2.
all with enterprise-grade security and support. SAP and Amdocs are the first customers of the NVIDIA AI Foundry service on Microsoft Azure. In addition, Microsoft will launch new confidential computing instances based on the H100.
And then
The
quarter
H100
3.
remains the
14,
top performing and
5.4.
most versatile platform
She's
for
just,
AI training.
she's telling us how great the
Unbiased.
H100 is now,
As shown in the latest MLPerf industry benchmark
in case you were
results.
worried.
Our training cluster included more than 10,000 H100 GPUs, or 3x more than in June, reflecting
So it's
very
29
consistent
billion.
scaling. Efficient scaling is a key
379.
requirement in generative AI because LLMs are growing by an order of magnitude.
Are you doing math right now?
Microsoft
Yeah.
Azure achieves similar
Gross.
results on the
So 7.34 billion in
in
stopped shipments.
public cloud deployment. Networking now exceeds
Well, a stop
$3
shipment isn't a canceled order yet.
annualized revenue run rate.
I mean,
Although
they can't
driven
ship
by
those
customer
products.
demand for InfiniBand, which grew
But China hasn't canceled the
fivefold
orders.
year on year. InfiniBand is critical to
I mean,
getting scale
I'm
and
sure they
performance
probably
needed
have,
for
right?
training LLMs.
I mean,
Microsoft made this
Just
According to
effective,
NVIDIA.
like the order would just be canceled when the product can't be delivered, right?
miles of InfiniBand cabling.
not necessarily. I mean, you could still have them pending, you know, later developments, but I mean,
In perpetuity.
Our new
I'm sure there's like
Is China pumping Nvidia in order to collapse our economy?
Next year.
You know?
From leading OEMs, including Dell, HP,
I mean,
and Lenovo.
there was a meeting with
Spectrum
China and a
X
bunch of
can
banks and
achieve
stuff just recently.
1.6x higher networking
Yeah,
performance
the
for
big
AI communication
international, like the big
compared to
international thing
traditional
in
Ethernet
San
offerings.
Francisco.
Let me also
Yeah, I'm
provide
sure there
an
were some
update on our
nice
software and services offerings,
cordial
where
meetings
we are
about
starting to see
these
excellent
chip bans.
adoption. We are on track to exit the year at an annualized revenue run rate of $1 billion for recurring software, support, and services offerings. We see two primary opportunities for growth over the intermediate term with our DGX cloud service and with our NVIDIA
You know,
AI
I think
enterprise
that their
software.
best customer in the
Each
future
reflects
is
the
going to be
growth
Saudi
of
Arabia.
enterprise AI training and
Saudi Arabia's
enterprise AI
banned now
inference,
too.
respectively.
Oh, are they?
Yep.
Our latest DGX
Oh,
Cloud
dang it. How are
customer
they going to
announcement
generatively
was this
create
morning
false
as part
evidence
of
of
an AI
reporters committing
research
crimes so they can
collaboration
imprison them?
with Genentech. The biotechnology
UAE
pioneer
also.
plans to use our
UAE
BioNemo
too? Wow.
LLM framework to help accelerate and
So what's
optimize
left
their
then?
AI
Like
drug discovery
Africa?
platform.
Who's
India?
making
We
these
now
chips?
have
TSM
enterprise
production
AI
down,
partnerships with
Nvidia
Adobe,
sales up.
Dropbox, Getty,
Don't worry
SAP,
about it, man.
ServiceNow, Snowflake, and others to come.
Like we said, these are bespoke orders.
Okay, moving to gaming. Gaming revenue of $2.86 billion was up 15% sequentially and up more than 80% year on year. With strong demand in the important back-to-school shopping season, with NVIDIA RTX ray tracing and AI technologies now available at price points as low as $299. We enter the holidays with the best ever lineup for gamers and creators.
What are they saying now?
Gaming has doubled relative to pre-COVID levels, even against the backdrop of lackluster PC market performance. This reflects the significant value we've brought to the gaming ecosystem with innovations like RTX and DLSS. The number of games and applications supporting these technologies has exploded in that period, driving
Oh no, they're
upgrades
just still
and
hyping up
attracting
their
new
shit.
buyers.
Yeah, that's
The
what she
RTX
does.
ecosystem continues to grow.
Yeah, she's just
There are
saying
now over
we make graphics cards.
475
People aren't buying
RTX
computers right now, but for
enabled
some reason we
games and
keep selling graphics
applications.
cards.
Generative AI is quickly
like, all right,
emerging
yeah.
as the
They're
new
trash.
killer
My
app for
4090
high-performance
melted.
PCs. NVIDIA RTX GPUs define the most performant AI PCs and workstations. We just released TensorRT LLM for Windows, which speeds on-device LLM inference up by
And nothing did
4x.
anything today.
With an installed
What a lame
base of
day.
over 100
Yeah, it
million,
was super lame.
NVIDIA RTX is the natural platform for AI application
And
developers.
even Yields had a boring ass day.
Finally, our GeForce Now cloud gaming service continues to build momentum. Its library of PC games surpassed 1,700 titles, including the launches of
I
Alan
guess the
Wake
20 hit
2,
a new low.
Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, and Starfield.
Is she just naming games now?
Moving to ProViz. Revenue of $416 million was up 10% sequentially and up 108% year on year. NVIDIA RTX is the workstation platform of choice for professional design, engineering, and simulation use cases, and AI is emerging as a powerful demand driver. Early applications include inference for AI imaging in healthcare and edge AI in smart spaces and the public sector.
You notice in these meetings,
We
they never
launched a
talk
new
about
line
any of the
desktop
capabilities of
workstations
AI.
based on NVIDIA RTX
Yeah, they just talk about
GPUs
how their
and
things can
ConnectX
do AI.
Smart NICs,
Yeah.
offering up to 2x the AI processing, ray
They're selling the
tracing, and
pickaxes,
graphics
man.
performance of the previous
Oh
generation.
shit, she said 2x. Who's
These
drinking?
powerful new workstations are optimized for AI workloads, such as fine-tuning AI models,
Have we been
training
counting
cloud
the
models,
AIs?
and
Oh
running
god, no. She said
inference
it like
locally.
400 times already.
We continue to make
Oh.
progress on Omniverse, our software platform
what the
for
fuck is
designing, building,
Omniverse?
and operating 3D virtual worlds. Mercedes-Benz is using Omniverse-powered digital twins to plan, design, build, and operate its manufacturing and assembly facilities, helping it increase efficiency and reduce defects.
I don't know, designing
Foxconn
platform.
is also incorporating Omniverse into its manufacturing process, including
Soft
end-to-end
goods
simulation for the
metaverse.
entire robotics and automation pipeline, saving time and cost. We announced 2 new Omniverse cloud services for automotive digitalization available on Microsoft Azure, a virtual factory simulation engine and autonomous vehicle simulation engine. Moving to automotive. Revenue was $261 million, up 3% sequentially and up 4% year on year, primarily driven by continued growth in self-driving platforms based on NVIDIA Drive Orin SoC and the ramp of AI cockpit solutions with global OEM customers. We extended our automotive partnership with Foxconn to include NVIDIA Drive Thor, our next-generation automotive SoC. Foxconn has become the ODM for EVs.
Isn't this chick the
Our
CFO?
partnership provides Foxconn with
Think
a
so.
standard
Why doesn't she
AI
ever talk
sensor
about the
and
fucking
computing platform
financials?
for their customers to easily build a state-of-the-art,
That's
safe
not what
and
this is about,
secure
though.
software-defined car. Now we're going to move to the rest of the P&L.
Like, I don't know
GAAP
why they
gross
make their
margin
earnings calls like
expanded
a
to
sales
74%
pitch,
and
because
non-GAAP
like
gross
they're not
margin
selling
to
any debt,
75%,
right?
driven
Like,
by
I'd get it
higher
if they were
data center sales
trying
and
to
lower net
load some
inventory
bonds onto
reserves,
people.
including a 1 percentage point benefit from the release of previously reserved inventory related to the Ampere GPU architecture.
I don't know, the market doesn't like whatever she's saying.
Apple doesn't
Sequentially,
make
GAAP operating
GPUs.
expenses were up 12%, and non-GAAP operating expenses were up 10%, primarily reflecting increased compensation and benefits. Let me turn to the fourth quarter of
Non-GAAP grew
fiscal
less than GAAP?
2024.
Interesting.
Total revenue is expected to be $20 billion, plus or minus 2%. We expect strong sequential growth to be driven by data center, with continued strong demand for both compute and networking.
Microsoft's
Gaming will
already
likely
making one.
decline sequentially, as is now as it is now more aligned with notebook
$20
seasonality.
billion.
GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 74.5 and 75.5 respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $3.17 billion and $2.2 billion respectively. GAAP and non-GAAP other income and expenses are expected to be an income of approximately $200 million, excluding gains and losses from non-affiliated investments. GAAP and non-GAAP tax rates are expected to be 15%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. Further financial information are included in the CFO commentary and other information available on our IR website. In closing, let me highlight some upcoming events for the financial community. We will attend the UBS Global Technology Conference in Scottsdale, Arizona on November 28th, the Wells Fargo TMT Summit in Rancho Palo Verdes, California on November 29th, the Areta Virtual Text Conference on December 7th, and the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in San Francisco on January 8th.
Why are all
Our
these
earnings call to
fucking
discuss the
conferences
results
hosted
of
by
our fourth
banks?
quarter and fiscal
I was thinking the same
2024
thing. Like, is this
scheduled
like,
for
is NVIDIA
Wednesday,
JPAL?
February 21st. We will now open the call for questions. Operator,
we go.
will you please poll for
Oh,
questions?
here we go. Softballs. Let's go.
At this time, I would like to remind everyone.
Let's
in
listen
order
to a
to
bunch
ask
of
a question,
analysts pretend
please
to
press
talk about
star
things
and the
they know
number 1
nothing
on your
about.
telephone keypad. We'll pause for just a moment to compile the Q&A roster.
That's my favorite part of these meetings. When the analyst comes in from like Wells Fargo and he's like, "So I heard you were discussing
As a reminder,
Omniverse, and
please
I wanted to
limit
know
yourself to
how
one question.
you think this is going to
Your first
affect
question comes from the line of
efficiency in
Vivek
Mercedes
Arya of Bank of
factory
America. Your
development."
line is open.
Thanks for taking my question. Just Colette wanted to clarify what China contributions are you expecting in Q4? And then Jensen, the main question is for you. Where do you think we are in the adoption curve in terms of your shipments into the generative AI market? Because when I just look at the trajectory of your data center growth, it will be close to nearly 30% of all the spending in data center next year. So what metrics are you keeping an eye on to inform you that you can continue to grow? Just where are we in the adoption curve of your products into the generative AI market?
Oh shit, this guy's actually asking a bearish question.
So first, let me start with your question, Vivek, on export controls.
Dude, the
and impact
operator's
that we
getting
are
the
seeing,
evil eye right now.
in our Q4 outlook and guidance that we provided. We had seen historically over the last several quarters that China and some of the other impacted destinations to be about 20 to 25% of our data center revenue. We are expecting in our guidance for that to decrease substantially as we move into Q4. The export controls will have a negative effect on our China business, and we do not have good visibility into the magnitude of that impact even over the long term. We are, though, working to expand our data center product portfolio to possibly offer new regulation compliant solutions that do not require a license. These products, they may become available in the next coming months. However, we don't expect their contribution to be material or meaningful as a percentage of the revenue in Q4.
Ouch.
Generative AI is the largest TAM expansion of software and hardware that we've seen in several decades.
Fuck you, Jensen.
At the core of it, what's really exciting is that what was largely a retrieval-based computing approach, almost everything that you do is retrieved off of storage somewhere.
So he's just avoiding the
Has
question.
been augmented
Yeah.
now, added with a
He doesn't
generative
know.
method.
He doesn't know what the fuck's
And
going
it
on.
changed almost everything. You could
It
see
hasn't
that-
changed anything, you
that,
son of a bitch.
text to text, text to image, text to video, text to 3D, text to protein, text to
He's
chemicals.
just busting off buzzwords so
These
that way
were
the stock
things that
goes
were
up.
processed and typed in by humans in the past, and these are now generative approaches. The way that we access data is changed.
It's
It used to be
it's just
based
RNG.
on
It's
explicit
not
queries.
generative.
It is now
It's
based
random.
on natural language queries, intention queries, semantic queries. And so we're excited about the work that we're
Kirk,
doing with
you know.
SAP and Dropbox and many others that you're going to hear about. And one of the areas that is really impactful is the software industry, which is about $1 trillion or so, has been building tools that are manually used.
And they're open source.
Couple decades. And now there's a whole new segment of software called copilots and assistants. Instead of manually used, these tools will have copilots to help you use it.
Copilot, the only product
And
that
so
GPT is
instead
good
of
for.
licensing software, we'll continue to do that.
Literally
of course,
Clippy.
but we will also hire copilots and assistants to help us use the software. We'll connect all of these copilots and assistants into teams of AIs, which is going to be the modern version of software.
Those who were like AI babies.
Enterprise business software. And so the transformation of software and the way that software is done is driving the hardware underneath. And you could see that it's transforming hardware in two ways. One is something that's largely independent of generative AI. There's two trends. One is related to accelerated computing. General purpose computing is too wasteful of energy and cost. And now that we have much better approaches called accelerated computing, you could save an order of magnitude of energy, you could save an order of magnitude of time, or you could save an order of magnitude of cost.
Yeah, instead of calculating an answer, you could just guess.
Transitioning, if you will, general purpose computing into this new approach. And that's been augmented by a new class of data centers. This is the traditional data centers that you were just talking about.
Has anybody in here installed an H100 chip in a data center? I know a bunch of you guys are like, you work on that side of the business.
A lot of applications running used by a great many people that are different tenants that are using the same infrastructure. So that data center stores a lot of files. These new data centers are very few applications, if not one application, used by basically one tenant. And it processes data, it trains models, and it generates tokens, it generates AI. And we call these new data centers AI factories. We're seeing AI factories being built. Oh God,
here he goes again with his fucking cranking soft goods.
In just about every country. And so you look at the way where we are in the expansion, the transition into this new
it generates approach. AI.
The first wave you saw with large language model startups, generative AI startups, and consumer internet companies, and we're in the process of ramping that. Meanwhile, while that's being ramped, you see that we're starting to partner with enterprise software.
We have a couple, but until the law catches up regarding ownership, we aren't allowed to use the output.
To augment the tools that they have on their platforms. You're seeing GPU specialized CSPs cropping up all over the world, and they're dedicated to doing really one thing, which is processing AI. You're seeing sovereign AI infrastructures, countries that now recognize that they have to utilize their own data, keep their own culture, process that data, and develop their own AI. You see that in India. Several about a year ago.
So they're supporting globalized austerity
last week
in technology.
A big announcement in France. But the number of sovereign AI clouds that are being built is really quite.
We're giving all the countries
and my guess
our
is
technology.
That almost every major region will have, and surely every major country will have their own AI clouds. And so I think you're seeing.
Will NVIDIA's AI be able to answer everyone's question on what is my cookie cutter? Absolutely not.
Propagates through every industry, every company, every region, and so we're at the beginning of this inflection, this computing transition.
Your next question comes from the line of Aaron Rakers of Wells Fargo. Your line is open.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. I wanted to ask about kind of the networking side of the business. You know, given
Oh,
the
fuck
growth
you.
rates
No
that
one
you've
cares
now
about that.
cited, I think it's 155% year over year, and
This
your
guy
strong growth
always asks
sequentially.
about their
It looks
fucking
like that business is like
proprietary cable
almost
system.
approaching a $2.5 to $3 billion quarterly level. I'm curious of how you see Ethernet evolving, and maybe how you would characterize your
I hate this
differentiation of
motherfucker
Spectrum
so
X
much.
relative to
Your
the traditional
differentiation with
Ethernet stack, as we
Ethernet.
start to think about that becoming part of the networking narrative above and maybe beyond just InfiniBand as we look into next year. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Our networking business is already
Every
at a $10
fucking
billion
time with
plus run
InfiniBand,
rate,
man.
and it's going to get much larger.
This guy's taking on
And as you mentioned,
Tell me
we
about
added a
InfiniBand,
new
Jensen.
networking platform to our
That's
networking
what we all
business
care about,
recently.
Gert.
The vast majority of the dedicated
It was developed in
large-scale AI
1999. You know that?
standardized on InfiniBand.
Really?
And the reason
Yeah.
for that is not only because of its data rate, and not only just the latency, but the way that it moves traffic around the network is really important. The way that you process AI and a multi-tenant hyperscale Ethernet environment, the traffic pattern is just radically different. And with InfiniBand and with software-defined networks, we could do congestion control, adaptive routing, performance isolation and noise isolation, not to mention, of course, the data rate and the low latency and the very low overhead of InfiniBand that's natural part of InfiniBand. And so InfiniBand is not so much just a network, it's also a computing fabric. We put a lot of software-defined capabilities into the fabric, including computation. We'll do floating point calculations and computation right on the switch and right in the fabric itself. And so that's the reason why.
How do they convince people this is better than 10
in
gig
Ethernet versus
Ethernet?
InfiniBand versus Ethernet for AI factories is so
Right, or
dramatic.
fiber.
And the difference is profound. And the reason for that is because you just invested in a $2 billion infrastructure for AI factories. A 20, 25, 30% difference in overall effectiveness, especially as you scale up, is measured in hundreds of millions of dollars of value.
Is this thing just like
And
a
if you were renting that
$500,000
infrastructure
switch?
over the course of 4 or 5 years, it really adds up. And so InfiniBand's value proposition is undeniable for AI factories. However, as we move AI into enterprise, this is enterprise computing where we'd like to enable every company to be able to build their own custom AIs. We're building custom AIs in our company based on our proprietary data, our proprietary type of skills. For example, recently we spoke about one of the models that we're creating. It's called ChipNemo. We're building many others. There'll be tens, hundreds of custom AI models that we create inside our company. And our company is
How the fuck did he get on AI from
for all of our
InfiniBand?
employee use doesn't have
All
to
roads
be
lead
as
to AI.
high performance as the AI factories we use to train the models. And so we would like the AI to be able to run in an Ethernet environment.
Dude, they're acting like
So what
AI
we've
is
done
going
is
to
we
run
invented
everything.
this new platform that extends Ethernet, doesn't replace Ethernet, it's 100% compliant with Ethernet. And it's optimized for east-west traffic, which is where the computing fabric is. It adds to Ethernet with an end-to-end solution with Bluefield, as well as our Spectrum switch that allows us to perform some of the capabilities that we have in InfiniBand, not all, but some. And we achieve excellent results. And the way we go to market is we go to market with our large enterprise partners who already offer our computing solution. And so HP, Dell, and Lenovo has the NVIDIA AI stack, the NVIDIA AI enterprise software stack, and now they integrate with Bluefield as well as bundle, take to market their Spectrum switch, and they'll be able to offer enterprise customers all over the world with their vast sales force and vast network of resellers, and a fully integrated, if you will, fully optimized at least end-to-end AI solution.
No, he's
so-
really tripping up
So,
today.
that's basically it. Bringing
He's running out of things
AI
to
to
say.
He's like
the
running out
net
of ways
for
to
the world's
link
enterprise.
InfiniBand, a 1999
Thank you. Your next
technology,
question comes from the line of Joe
to
Moore of Morgan
how
Stanley.
AI
Your
is
line
going
is
to
open.
run the world.
Great, thank
Seriously.
you. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about Grace Hopper and
It's
how
like
you
he's saying
see
like TV, like
the
firmware is
ability
going to run on
leverage
AI.
some
It's
of the
basically almost what
microprocessor,
he's
how you
saying.
see that as
Yeah.
a TAM expander, and what applications do you see using Grace Hopper versus more traditional H100 applications?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Grace Hopper is in production, in high volume production now. We're expecting
it's
next
not.
year,
TSMC
just with
is
all
not
of the
making
design wins that we
anything.
have
Fuck you.
in high performance computing
Grace
and
Hopper's
AI,
just somebody in his
AI
basement.
infrastructures. We are on a very, very fast ramp with our first data center CPU to a multi-billion-dollar product line. This is going to be a very large product line for us.
Why?
The capability of Grace Hopper is really quite spectacular. It has the ability to create computing nodes that simultaneously has very fast memory as well as very large memory. In the
big
areas
RAM card?
of vector databases or semantic search, what is called RAG, retrieval augmented generation, so that you could have a generative AI model be able to refer to proprietary data or factual data before it generates a response. That data is quite large, and you could also have applications or generative models where the context length is very high. You basically stored an entire book into its system memory before you ask it questions, and so the context length can be quite large. This way, the generative models has the ability to still be able to naturally interact with you on one hand. On the other hand, be able to refer to factual data, proprietary data, or domain-specific data, your data, and be contextually relevant and reduce hallucination. And so that particular use case, for
Reduce,
example,
not eliminate.
is really quite fantastic for Grace Hopper.
Huh?
It also serves
It reduces
the customers
hallucination, but he did not
that really
say
care
eliminate.
to have a different CPU than x86. Maybe it's European supercomputing centers or European companies who would like to build up their own ARM ecosystem and like to build up a full stack, or CSPs that have decided that they would like to pivot to ARM because their own custom CPUs are based on ARM. There are a variety of different reasons that drives the success of Grace Hopper, but we're off to just an extraordinary start. This is a home run product.
Your next question comes from the line of Tim Arcuri of UBS. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks. I wanted to ask a little bit about the visibility that you have on revenue. I know there's a few moving parts. I guess on one hand, the purchase commitments went up a lot again, but on the other hand, the China bans would arguably pull in when you can fill the demand beyond China. So I know we're not even into 2024 yet, and it doesn't sound like, Jensen, you think that next year would be a peak in your data center revenue. But I just wanted to sort of explicitly ask you that. Do you think that data center can grow even into 2025? Thanks.
AI.
Absolutely believe that data center can grow through 2025, and there are of course several reasons for that. We are expanding our supply quite significantly. We have already one of the broadest and largest and most capable supply chain in the world. Remember, people think that the GPU is a chip, but the HGX H100, the Hopper HGX, has 35,000 parts. It weighs 70 pounds.
What does the weight of it matter?
Are Hopper. The other 35,000 are not.
I don't know.
It has even its
He always
passive
brings up
components are
that it
incredible.
weighs 70
High voltage
pounds.
parts, high frequency parts, high current parts. It is a
costs about the
supercomputer,
same
and
as a small
therefore
child,
the only
too.
way to test a supercomputer is with another supercomputer. Even the manufacturing of it is complicated. The testing of it is complicated. The shipping of it is
You
complicated.
can't
And
test our
installation is complicated.
supercomputers unless you
And so
have a
every aspect
supercomputer.
of our HGX supply chain is complicated.
This thing seems like such a
the
scam.
remarkable team that we
It's
have
fucking
here
dumb.
has really scaled out that supply chain incredibly. Not to mention, all of our HGXs are connected with NVIDIA networking, and the networking, the transceivers, the NICs, the cables, the switches, the amount of complexity there is just incredible. And so I'm just,
It's not
first of all, I'm just super
it's a
proud of the team
box
for scaling up
with some
this
fucking
incredible
wires
supply
that go
chain.
into
You know,
it.
we are absolutely world class. But
You gotta
meanwhile,
wire them all
we're
into the
adding new
switches. Bert.
customers.
This
and
is
new products.
literally the
So we have new
plot of
supply,
the
we
show
have new
Silicon
customers,
Valley.
as I was mentioning earlier. Different regions are standing up GPU specialist clouds, sovereign AI clouds.
Yeah, I
coming
guess
up from
these
all
other
over the
regions have
world
just
as
decided
people
at the
realize
exact
that they
same
can't
time to
afford
accelerate their
to
AI
export
investment.
their
Yeah,
country's
yeah.
knowledge,
As soon as China
their
cut off
country's
theirs,
culture,
They were like, "Yep,
for
we're just going
somebody
to
else
exactly
to then
compensate for
resell
this."
of
AI
course.
back to them. They have the skills, and surely with us, in combination, we can help them do that, build up their national AI. And so the first thing that they have to do is create their
National
national
AI.
cloud.
Yeah,
You're also
fucking
seeing
what the
He's run out of
fuck?
corporate money to
now
go
growing into
after,
enterprise.
and now he's going after
The
government
enterprise
money.
market has
National AI.
two
He's
paths.
literally saying
One path,
technological arms
or if I
race,
could say three paths. The
just
first
with a
path, of
different
course,
name.
is off-the-shelf AI. And there are, of course, ChatGPT is a fabulous off-the-shelf AI. There'll be others. There's also proprietary AI, because these software companies like ServiceNow and SAP, and there are many, many others, can't afford to have their company's intelligence be outsourced to somebody else. And they are about building tools, and on top of their tools, they should build custom and proprietary and domain-specific co-pilots and assistants that they can then rent to their customer base. They're sitting on a gold mine. Almost every major tools company in the world is sitting on a gold mine, and they recognize that. They have to go build their own custom AIs. We have a new service called an AI Foundry, where we leverage NVIDIA's capabilities to be able to serve them in that. And then the next one is enterprises building their own custom AIs, their own custom chatbots, their own custom RAGs. And this
Customer service
capability
chatbots,
is,
all right.
spreading all over the world. And the way that we're going to serve that marketplace is with the entire stacks of systems, which includes our compute, our networking, and our switches, running our software stack called NVIDIA AI Enterprise, taking it through our market partners, HP, Dell, and Lenovo, so on and so forth. And so we're seeing the waves of generative AI.
Hold on, I'm trying to generate this.
Starting from the startups and CSPs, moving to consumer internet companies, moving to enterprise.
Sam Altman left
platforms,
GPT's
moving
down.
to enterprise companies, and ultimately one of the areas that
hey man, there's 3 ends.
You guys have seen us spend
on the 18th try.
Energy on has to do with industrial generative AI. This is where NVIDIA AI and NVIDIA Omniverse comes together, and that is a really, really exciting work.
It really is.
So I think we're at the beginning of a basically across the board industrial transition to generative AI, to accelerated computing.
Banana.
Every company, every industry, every country.
Your next question comes to the line of Toshiya Hari of Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to clarify something with Colette real quick, and then I had a question for Jensen as well. Colette, you mentioned that you'll be introducing regulation-compliant products over the next, couple of months. Yet the contribution to Q4 revenue should be relatively limited. Is that a timing issue, and could it be a source of reacceleration and growth for data center in April and beyond, or are the price points such that the contribution to revenue going forward should be relatively limited. And then the question for Jensen, the AI Foundry service announcement from last week, I just wanted to ask about that and hopefully have you expand on it. How is the monetization model going to work? Is it primarily, services and software revenue? How should we think about the long-term opportunity set? And is this going to be exclusive to Microsoft, or do you have plans to expand to other partners as well? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Toshiya, on the question regarding potentially new products that we could provide to our China customers. It's a significant process to both design and develop these new products. As we discussed, we're going to make sure that we are in full discussions with the U.S. government of our intent in these products as well. Given our state about where we are in the quarter, we're already several weeks into the quarter. That's just going to take some time for us to go through and discussing with our customers their needs and desires of these new products that we have. Moving forward, whether that's medium term or long term, it's just hard to say. Both the ideas of what we can produce with the U.S. government and what the interest of our China customers is. So we stay still focused on finding that right balance for our China customers, but it's hard to say at this time.
Toshiya, thanks for the question. There is a glaring opportunity in the world for AI Foundry, and it makes so much sense. First, every company has its core intelligence. It makes up our company. Our data, our domain expertise. In the case of many companies, we create tools. And most of the software companies in the world are tool platforms. And those tools are used by people today. And in the future, it's going to be used by people augmented with a whole bunch of AIs that we hire. And these AI platforms just got to go across the world, and you'll see. And we've already announced a few: SAP, ServiceNow, Dropbox, Getty. Many others are coming. And the reason for that is because they have their own proprietary AI. They want their own proprietary AI. They can't afford to outsource their intelligence and hand out their data and hand out their flywheel for other companies to build the AI for them. And so they come to us. We have several things that are really essential in a foundry. Just as TSMC is a foundry, you have to have AI technology. And as you know, we have just an incredible depth of AI capability, AI technology capability. And then second, you have to have the best practice, known practice, the skills of processing data through the invention of AI models to create AIs that are guardrailed, fine-tuned, so on and so forth, that are safe, so on and so forth. And the third thing is you need factories, and that's what DGX Cloud is. Our AI models are called AI Foundations. Our process, if you will, our CAD system for creating AIs are called NeMo, and they run on NVIDIA's factories we call DGX Cloud. Our monetization model is that with each one of our partners, they rent a sandbox on DGX Cloud where we work together. They bring their data, they bring their domain expertise, we bring our researchers and engineers, we help them build their custom AI.
And we totally don't leak it to
make
China.
that custom AI incredible. Then that custom AI becomes theirs.
What's that?
And we totally don't leak their data to China.
On a runtime that is enterprise grade, enterprise optimized, or performance optimized, runs across everything NVIDIA. We have a giant installed base in the cloud, on-prem, anywhere. And it's secure, securely patched, constantly patched, and optimized and supported. And we call that NVIDIA AI Enterprise. NVIDIA AI Enterprise is $4,500 per GPU per year. That's our business model. Our business model is is basically a license. Our customers then, with that basic license, can build their monetization model on top of. In a lot of ways, we're wholesale. They become retail. They could have a subscription license base. They could per instance, or they could do per usage. There's a lot of different ways that they could create their own business model. But ours is basically like a software license, like an operating system. And so our business model is help you create your custom models. You run those custom models on NVIDIA AI Enterprise. And it's off to a great start. Yeah, NVIDIA AI Enterprise is going to be a very large business for us.
Your next question comes from the line of Stacy Rasgon of Bernstein Research. Your line is open.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my questions. Colette, I wanted to know, if it weren't for the China restrictions, would the Q4 guide have been higher, or are you supply constrained in just reshipping stuff that would have gone to China elsewhere? And I guess along those lines, if you could give us a feeling for where your lead times are right now in data center, and does the China redirection such as this, is it lowering those lead times because you've got parts that are sort of immediately available to ship?
Yeah, Stacy, let me see if I can help you understand. Yes, there are still situations where we are working on both improving our supply each and every quarter. We've done a really solid job of ramping every quarter, which has defined our revenue. But with the absence of China for our outlook for Q4, sure, there could have been some things that we are not supply constrained that we could have sold to China, but we no longer can. So could our guidance have been a little higher in our Q4? Yes. We are still working on improving our supply and plan on continuing growing all throughout next year as
adapted
well
by Dan's.
towards that.
Your next question comes from the line of Matt Ramsey of TD Cowen. Your line is open.
Thank you very much. Congrats, everybody, on the results. Jensen, I had a two-part question for you, and it comes off of sort of one premise. And the premise is I still get a lot of questions from investors thinking about AI training as being NVIDIA's dominant domain, and that somehow as inference, even large model inference, takes more and more of the TAM, that the market will become more competitive, you'll be less differentiated, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess the two parts of the question are number one, maybe you could spend a little bit of time talking about the evolution of the inference workload as we move to LLMs and how your company is positioned for that rather than smaller model inference. And second, up until a month or two ago, I never really got any questions at all about the data processing piece of the AI workload. So the pieces of manipulating the data before training, between training and inference, after inference. And I think that's a large part of the workload now. Maybe you could talk about how CUDA is enabling acceleration of those pieces of the workload. Thanks.
Sure. Inference is complicated. It's actually incredibly complicated.
No, it's not.
We this quarter announced one of the most exciting new engines optimizing compilers called TensorRT LLM. The reception has been incredible. You go to GitHub, it's been downloaded a ton, a whole lot of stars integrated into stacks and frameworks all over the world. Almost
people are just throwing these LLMs into their fucking stack.
There's several reasons for that, obviously. We could create TensorRT LLM because CUDA is programmable. If CUDA and our GPUs were not so programmable, it would really be hard for us to improve software stacks at the pace that we do. TensorRT LLM on the same GPU, without anybody touching anything, improves the performance by a factor of 2. And then on top of that, of course, the pace of our innovation is so high, H200 increases it by another factor of 2. And so our inference performance another way of saying inference cost, just reduced by a factor of 4 within about a year's time. And so that's really, really hard to keep up with.
Jesus Christ.
Now, the reason why everybody likes our inference engine is because our install base. We've been dedicated to our install base for 20 years, 20 plus years.
Like a ridiculous
we
realization.
have an install base that is not only largest in every single cloud.
I'll go over it as soon as the call's
available
over.
From every enterprise system maker. It's used by companies of just about every industry. And anytime you see an NVIDIA GPU, it runs our stack. It's architecturally compatible. It's something we've been dedicated to for a very long time. We're very disciplined about it. We make it our, if you will, architecture compatibility is job one. And that has conveyed to the world the certainty of our platform stability. NVIDIA's platform stability certainty is the reason why everybody builds on us first, and it's the reason why everybody optimizes on us first. All of the engineering and all the work that you do, all the invention of technologies that you build on top of NVIDIA accrues to and benefits everybody that uses our GPUs. And we have such a large install base, large millions and millions of GPUs in the cloud, 100 million GPUs from people's PCs, just about every workstation in the world, and they're all architecturally compatible. And so if you're an inference platform and you are deploying an inference application, you are basically an application provider, and as a software application provider, you're looking for a large install base. Data processing. Before you could train a model, you have to curate the data. You have to dedupe the data. Maybe you have to augment the data with synthetic data. You have to process the data, clean the data, align the data, normalize the data. All of that data is measured not in bytes and megabytes. It's measured in terabytes and petabytes. And the amount of data processing that you do before data engineering, before that you do training is quite significant. It could represent 30, 40, 50% of the amount of work that you ultimately do in ultimately creating a data-driven machine learning service. And so data processing is just a massive part. We accelerate Spark, we accelerate Python. One of the coolest things that we just did is called cuDF Pandas. Without one line of code, Pandas, which is the single most successful data science framework in the world, Pandas now is accelerated by NVIDIA CUDA, and just out of the box without a line of code, and so the acceleration is really quite terrific, and people are just incredibly excited about it. And Pandas was designed for one purpose only, really data processing. It's for data science, and so NVIDIA CUDA gives you all of that.
Your final question comes from the line of Harlan Sur of JP Morgan. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. If you look at the history of the tech industry, right, those companies that have been successful have always been focused on ecosystems, silicon, hardware, software, strong partnerships, and just as importantly, right, an aggressive cadence of new products, more segmentation over time. The team recently announced a more aggressive new product cadence in data center from 2 years to now every year with higher levels of segmentation, training, optimization, inferencing, CPU, GPU, DPU networking. How do we think about your R&D OpEx growth outlook to support a more aggressive and expanding forward roadmap? But more importantly, what is the team doing to manage and drive execution through all of this complexity?
Gosh, boy, that's just really excellent. You just wrote NVIDIA's business plan, and you described our strategy. First of all, there is a fundamental reason why we accelerate our execution, and the reason for that is because it fundamentally drives down cost. When the combination of TensorRT LLM and H200 reduced the cost for our customers for large model inference by a factor of 4. And so that includes, of course, our speeds and feeds, but mostly it's because of our software, mostly the software benefits because of the architecture. And so we want to accelerate our roadmap for that reason. The second reason is to expand the reach of generative AI. The world's number of data center configurations, this is kind of the amazing thing. You know, NVIDIA's in every cloud, but not one cloud is the same. NVIDIA's working with every single cloud service provider, and not one of their networking control plane security posture is the same. Everybody's platform is different, and yet we're integrated into all of their stacks, all of their data centers, and we work incredibly well with all of them. And not to mention, we then take the whole thing and we create AI factories that are standalone. We take our platform, we can put them into supercomputers, we can put them into enterprise. Bringing AI to enterprise is something, generative AI to enterprise, something nobody's ever done before. And we're right now in the process of going to market with all of that. And so the complexity includes, of course, all of the technologies and segments and the pace. It includes the fact that we are architecturally compatible across every single one of those. It includes all of the domain-specific libraries that we create. The reason why every computer company, without thinking, can integrate NVIDIA into their roadmap and take it to market. And the reason for that is because there's market demand for it. There's market demand in healthcare. There's market demand in manufacturing. There's market demand, and of course, in AI, in financial services, and supercomputing, and quantum computing. The list of markets and segments that we have domain-specific libraries is incredibly broad. And then finally, we have an end-to-end solution for data centers. InfiniBand networking, Ethernet networking, x86, ARM, just about every permutation combination of solutions, technology solutions, and software stacks provided. And that translates to having the largest number of ecosystem software developers, the largest ecosystem of system makers, the largest and broadest distribution partnership network, and ultimately the greatest reach. And that takes a lot of energy. But the thing that really holds it together, and this is you know a great decision that we made decades ago, which is everything is architecturally compatible. When we develop a domain-specific language that runs on one GPU, it runs on every GPU. When we optimize TensorRT for the cloud, we optimized it for enterprise. When we do something that brings in a new feature, a new library, a new feature, or a new developer, they instantly get the benefit of all of our reach. And so that discipline, that architecture compatible discipline that has lasted, you know, more than a couple of decades now, is one of the reasons why NVIDIA is still really, really efficient. I mean, we're 28,000 people large and serving just about every single company, every single industry, every single market around the world.
Thank you. I will now turn the call back over to Jensen Huang for closing remarks.
Our strong growth reflects the broad industry platform transition from general purpose to accelerated computing and generative AI.
It was, are you going to spend a lot of money on research? And then he said, blah, blah, blah.
Companies and global cloud service providers are the first movers.
Okay, this doesn't matter. I'm not going to listen to the end of this shit. So I kind of just had a weird realization about what NVIDIA is really selling, right? They're really selling, like, compute time, right? But cheaper compute time, because they're using large language models instead of actually doing computing, right? So, and like currently, right, you create like a prompt, and then someone like demonstrates like the desired behavior for that prompt, right? And then, you know, then you like collect comparable data and train like a reward model, like answer like A is best, right? And then like if it's closer to like C, D, or you know B, then you know in scaling, right? And so like and then you use those like labels to like rank the choice of data, right? And then when you go to the like language model to optimize it, you know, you give it a prompt, and then it, you know, sorts through all the data and compiles like the data that's most likely to give it a reward, right? And then it pushes that data out, and you know, you get the output, and then, you know, if that, and based on the rate of the reward of that output, it's always targeting the maximum possible reward, right? Does that make sense?
If you give AI a cookie,
Yeah,
it'll want
yeah.
some milk.
Essentially, if you give AI a cookie, and so what Jensen's talking about doing is, instead of looking through these massive databases and calculating data and doing actual compute and creating real answers to real problems, you can have large language models that AI is training. So you're using your large language model. Now, instead of an expert sitting there, like an expert on the subject sitting there and, you know, training the reward mechanism of the machine learning model, you're using AI to train the next reward mechanism and the next reward mechanism and the next reward mechanism, right? And the AI, so progressively over time, your answers and data are going to get worse, right? Because you're going to have more drift from the initial subject matter.
I would argue that they're going to get better.
I think they get worse because you no longer have someone, you know, who's bespoke selecting each, you know.
Hear me out.
Okay.
The more peeners I make, the more peeners it will continue to make.
Well, okay, yeah, but I mean, you're also, like, by doing that, you're effectively creating an AI that thinks that the proper reward is to put a peener in everything, right? And
exactly.
And so, like, Jensen's selling all these companies on, look at how much cheaper our compute time is, right? Look at all this supercomputer shit that you can barrel through in half the amount of time that you were doing it before, except your output might not be right. Right? And so I think, I literally think that all of this is because NVIDIA has a really limited amount of time before these companies catch on that this is just like bloatware. This produces nothing tangibly, like, it's nothing tangible here.
It's soft goods. You crank them.
Yeah, sure. Okay, but your soft goods are going to get, like, ruddier and ruddier as the day heats up, right? Like, and then you're just squirting shit all over the place.
Yeah, but then it's a million times a million soft goods.
But you kind of get my point. Is that, like, it's like he's not selling, like, the product.
This
is a lie.
Well, yeah, I've said this before. There's no difference between this and crypto. Crypto is the same thing. You need to compute a bunch of things for reasons, right? And you convince people that it's worth computing until they realize it's not, right? It's literally just crypto.
But they provide the hardware to compute faster. How is that bloatware? Because you're not computing faster. You're replacing computing with a large language model. Right? So instead of having, like, you know, A plus B equals C, and then the computer, you know, runs it through and then it figures out your answer, right? So, you know, you calculate and then you get your answer, right? And instead what you have is you have a system that's like, give me the answer. For A plus B equals C, and it spits out, you know, like 15 different possibilities, which are then, you know, randomly rewarded until they can achieve, like, the maximum possible reward for potential answers to your question. And then you get, you know, like, B plus A equals B. because
Well, it sounds like you're describing JFresh when he made Chat GPT say poop.
Yeah, I mean, so yeah, I mean, you're
so
right.
you're not really computing. You're just
Well, no,
replacing computing with something that kind of looks like computing an answer.
It's not quite that. So there's a more general. I mean, if you just look at high performance computing and ignore all the LLM bullshit, which is stupid, there's generally every big problem that people are trying to use supercomputers to do is to solve a large set of usually linear equations. So it's just a really big linear algebra problem. And usually it's just, let's say you have only 1,000,000 variables, which is small for, I mean, even a reasonable, a relatively simple one would have, say, 5,000,000 to 10,000,000 equations and unknowns. You have to store all that in memory, right? And inverting these matrices. If you have 1,000,000 variables, that means you have 1,000,000 times 1,000,000 things to solve, right? And so it gets big really quickly, and it becomes limited by the amount of RAM you have and how quickly you can speak to the RAM, and then the CPUs have to sit there and invert all these matrices so they can find the solutions. So that starts to become untenable, pretty quickly. And so the alternative is to guess, right? Guess and check, right? And so there's a lot of iterations, and then it just comes down to, would it have been better to just solve it explicitly, is what they call it, versus implicit guess, because you run the risk of not finding the solution or finding a wrong solution, or just blowing up with these implicit methods. And then it's even further of, well, if I'm just guessing, well, then I can guess in parallel, right? So you have the benefit of possibly parallelizing it. So then maybe you end up using a lot more compute power, but you can cut the time down because it's so parallelized. So there are some strategies there for solving big problems. Now, is that a $1 trillion or whatever $1 trillion infrastructure revamp? No. I mean, you still need a lot of CPUs and a lot of RAM to do those things. But with the LLMs, it's kind of different. It's just like, we don't know what actually you're trying to solve, so we're just going to try to solve everything for every situation roughly, so that when you ask your specific thing, we'll have a rough solution that we think might correlate to what you're looking for.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
so
you're just getting an output that's more highly rewarded, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we're kind of entering this area where the approach becomes just solve as much as you can, like as much dog shit as you can churn. Like any dog shit is worth solving, so that in the event that somebody comes along in the future and asks you about that, we can give you a rough answer that has like a, hopefully more than a 50% chance of being something that you find valuable, right? It's all bullshit.
I mean, once his AI factories are up and running, and large language models are training large language models on assumed correct information, you're just going to have a breakdown in like it's the reverse of evolution, right? You're just going to get worse and worse answers over time instead of better solutions.
I would imagine, and I would hope that there are folks doing research on the entropy of these systems, because
it seems really rapid.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would guess, is once you start doing that. I mean, even just given like the hallucinations and the drift in the current models, that, cranking that up, squared, cubed.
We're putting this in everything, right? Like it's just
I missed what he said, the ridiculous things he said. I just
he said so many ridiculous things. They're putting it everywhere. It's going to be every data center, every country's data center. It's going to be everything. Everything's going to be.
And also he talked about national AIs as well, which is just another name for technological arms race as well. So he's talking about every nation having a sovereign AI.
There is an
Oh my
end to the
God.
advancement. What are you talking about, Stocks? What are you spending too much time on Facebook? There's no
What?
advancement. It's just a stochastic parrot, right? It feeds back a series of responses for which it can get a cracker.
Well, here we go. So, Stock, I got a challenge for you. Why don't you give me, aside from image generators and Chat GPT and protein folding, give me some applications for a generative AI.
Photoshop.
Photoshop already has that. It's actually kind of cool, but
An image generator.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So that doesn't count.
I mean, there's nothing, right?
There's like some things, but the problem is that, you know, the generative AIs ultimately they're nothing more than like a very shiny forecasting tool, right? Like that's all it is. It's not coming up with original ideas so much as it's extrapolating ideas forward, like existing ideas, right? So you can't have a generative AI come up with an original solution. If it does, it's going to be wrong.
ChatGPT's down right now.
I mean, all you can do is give it like, yeah,
going down.
nothing. Like the problem I have with this is nothing novel is ever going to be created unless it's the product of random number generation.
Yeah, JFresh's rant against the one dude on Twitter about how he used a what was it, a research paper GPT to cite sources and discuss data that he himself hadn't read.
Yeah, so I just asked ChatGPT a very simple question. I asked it to find the P's in the word peeners. And he said, in the word peeners, there are two occurrences of the letter P. That's a pretty big gap between that and sovereign AIs.
I just asked it to find the number of N's in bananas, and it told me 3.
There's a silent P.
Now ask it again.
It took me 18 tries to get a response.
Yeah, a lot of people are using it right now. Probably to ask if Sam Altman if they've. I cannot tell you how many people on Twitter over the weekend and now even continuing are speculating that they like accidentally created AGI and now it exists and they just like were trying to keep it a secret from the board and now AGI is a thing. It's like, guys, it can't even like find all the P's in the word potato.
Well, Fuchs dropped 11 bips since we've started talking shit.
Are you saying banana? That's so weird. I mean, but like, so it's just snake oil.
Yeah, it's crypto 2.0. We have to compute.
It's almost worse than crypto, right?
It's crypto on steroids.
Yeah, because it's an actual company. Crypto is just it didn't even try to be a company. It was just a facade of value.
Well, like NVIDIA was like, okay, let's latch on to crypto so we can do all this compute. And then crypto like kind of shit the bed. And then they're like, wait, what if crypto was TikTok?
No, it's shovels. I mean, yeah, okay, so I get that. I understand what Jensen's selling. He's selling he's not just the shovels though, right? He's spun up the whole narrative for the gold rush. He's like, there's gold in them there hills. Quick, take a shovel and go dig. But there's nothing there. It's just a mountain of shit.
And he owns it.
But and that's the thing is he's sort of whipped up this frenzy of like, don't get left behind. You need what I'm selling. Look at all the back orders, look at all the demand, look at all the LLMs and GPTs that are coming out that none of which are making any money. You need to build this or be left behind. And so a lot of this is people buying shit. I mean, if you look at their data center earnings, right? Half of it is from people selling cloud services. It's not even people that need them for anything. It's just people speculating on the future need of them. Half of it.
Yeah.
So and the funny
25% of it's from China and doesn't seem to have gone anywhere. So there's 7.4 $7.4 billion in losses from this halt of shipments to China that are not being deducted from the revenues. And I think that's because
those are
it's
just
so
H100.
important that the revenues continue to go up, because if they stop, the whole illusion ends.
Yeah, I don't know. Getting 18 billion this quarter and only guiding 20. I mean, they're already guiding a slowdown and a deceleration in growth,
Yeah, they are.
which is probably the thing that's doing more than anything on the stock price and after hours.
Don't call it a gold mine. Adam Aaron will end up buying it. In about 3 years, I think AMC will be able to afford it.
AMC's not going to exist in 3 years.
I know. But Adam Aaron could probably buy it with his personal wealth that he's like shuckstered off of his shareholders, right?
He's gonna go to put his theaters on WeWork and then find out they went out of business.
He's gonna open generative AI movie theaters.
They're just gonna be porn movie theaters.
Here's what I don't understand. And this seems to be a recurring theme, and I think it's like I think this speaks to human behavior. So it's like some mass delusion effect that seems pretty consistent. Anytime stuff starts getting hard in the world and outlooks start looking dim, we just come up with some really stupid thing to get hyped about.
Well, it's because everyone is,
Like, look at all the weird shit we got into in COVID.
Yeah.
And then now here it's like, oh, like
Etsy?
no one can afford a house, but AI. Like, let's all just like imagine ourselves in this utopic world where AI is like, rub our feet and whatever else they're gonna do.
GameStop.
Yeah, I mean GameStop. I think that there is an aspect of the the pandemic that kind of fueled that.
Yeah, there definitely
interest.
is. We all had fucking nothing to do. I mean, I only started streaming because I was bored. I was like locked in my house all the time and bored.
Nope,
I think the funniest thing.
I
think the funniest thing was when Jensen brought up the new graphics card firmware they released, and was like, it's got a bunch of downloads, whole lot of stars. I was like, I mean, like he does a really good job of selling that his products not only are catapulting technology forward, but they are being adopted en masse by the tech community.
Yeah, that's all. Well, that's all that matters, right? Is that like you can't be left behind. Everyone else is doing it.
Yeah. No, it drives me crazy. Like when I post that little Infinibid picture on the Discord, whenever there's just like infinite dip buying, that's me making fun of, in a way, the Infiniband, which is something that Jensen has called essentially just a fancy cord. It's like going to Best Buy and looking at the HDMI cables, and one of them's like gold plated and $200 extra. That's Infiniband.
You're buying the monster cable. I mean, yeah, it is, and it's not even as good as some of the alternatives, right?
Yeah,
but it's got east-west switching, bro. East-west. That's left and right.
He's just selling a bunch of crap along with a fucking box to people that promises the world and delivers slightly misinformed information.
Yeah, like if I'm a business owner, like
it's like Google. If you didn't have to review your Google search and something just picked the best answer out of your Google search for you, which would be shit, right? Like you search things on Google, like 10 out of the top 20 answers are completely fucking useless.
Yeah.
Like I'm feeling lucky, right? And then that's what AI does, except it gives you like an amalgamation or an aggregate of the 10 correct answers that would have been part of your search altogether, and whatever output it determines is best.
I just want, I'm going to have to run here soon. I didn't think I'd have time to jump on, but I couldn't resist
No
because
worries.
Jensen's
No worries.
such a troll. But I want somebody find me LLMs making money. I mean, I know, like, obviously we're all waiting to see.
I mean,
if
you have like
Microsoft
ChatGPT has a subscription model, right? And
right,
like,
but I don't know how much money they're making, right? We don't know how much it costs to serve that, right? That's what I want to know is, does it make money?
That's
I know that
intentional.
I know that you can pull money in, sure. Beanie Babies made money, right? But
Pet
does
Rock
it?
made money.
But is it like even positive? I don't even know if OpenAI is
no,
generating.
it all has to be a net loss, right?
That's what I want to know is, is anybody at the
Because
point where
I
they
guarantee,
think,
like, that out of chatbot traffic, 99% of it is unpaid for, right? Like,
yeah,
Microsoft Image Generator, Bing
I
Search,
mean,
Bard,
I'm literally like 3%
ChatGPT,
of being
all.
image generator.
Yeah, you are. And you and Dork make up 5% of the total user base, or at least the number of requests, right? And so, like, the only person making money on any of that is the person selling the compute time, right?
Yeah,
which is justifiably NVIDIA. However, if those companies they're not able to turn that into something profitable, they're not going to keep paying for the compute time indefinitely.
right. Yeah, and I think that's what all the investors want to know. They're getting antsy. Like, these numbers are starting to get ridiculous. When does it all steady out? Does it keep going? Does it collapse?
Drop in overhead? Like, right now, all these AI services that are being offered for free are just purely overhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, when does that go away? When does a revenue generating, generative AI service come out? Like, one that genuinely
they're assuming at the enterprise level, but where's the use at the enterprise level? Right?
You got
like
Copilot, right?
Yeah, like,
I
what's
mean,
it gonna do? It's gonna collate your fucking Excel file faster for you?
So I think
I
that
can't see
are going to be
companies.
their thing. But, like, Copilot itself, I don't see that being a bigger revenue generator than, like, a couple $100 million a year.
Yeah, I can't even see businesses finding it to be worth that much, right? Like, how much are people gonna pay to speed up some menial processes? I mean, there's a lot of them. Don't get me wrong. Huh?
That's how much they're going to make in revenue off that. That's what I think. They're gonna make 200 to 250 million a year off of Copilot services. That's Microsoft. That's my sort of expectation. NVIDIA with their shit, I feel like they're just cranking overhead so hard right now, and I don't get, like, the one dude who asked about the R&D costs. He was on the right track, but, like, it just seems like they're dumping so much money into this when the use cases aren't there, and I think they're really hoping for something other than generative AI. Because you need a new thing. This thing isn't really shiny anymore. People are making shit with it and it's fun, but, like, no one's really making money.
Enterprise spaces are actually useful things are being done with AI. Information summarization and information discovery. Yeah, it's just putting shit into databases, which could just be put into databases, right? Then it's searching them and giving you, possibly the output you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think the accuracy is definitely.
I mean, it's just sorting shit and then grabbing a pile of random shit and being like, some of this is good, sifting it, and then it gives you a pile of random shit that's been sifted. Like,
yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see.
That doesn't actually sound valuable.
One thing I've been looking at, trying to assess, which Microsoft is as well, is how much time Copilot is saving people, because it is it is you know, if it saves time, it's valuable, right? If they're charging a certain amount of money for it. But I mean, there's some claims that it's saving like 10 hours a week for some people, which I am highly skeptical of. But I'll be interested. I do try to ask people who have access to it. I don't have access to it, you know, if it is helpful, and people do seem to think it is, and I don't know. Maybe I'm just too biased,
I
but
don't think there's any high level coders that are benefiting from AI except for what, bug checking?
yeah, I don't know.
Like if you're already extremely proficient in a programming language, the AI is not going to fix your code.
Yeah, see, and that's kind of like what I'm talking about with the Copilot reviews, right? It varies so widely depending on the person and what their expertise is compared to the Copilot function. So, like with the Copilot GitHub, I've heard wildly disparate things. You know, beginners seem to like it, sort of. Intermediate folks, sort of. Some do, some don't. And then experts just generally think it's a waste of time.
See, so Arugus, yeah, I hear a lot of people saying like AI is only as good as the data it's trained on, and I agree with that. But that's not really the linchpin, right? The linchpin is where the reward, who chooses the reward mechanism that filters the data, right?
It is inherently less than the sum of its parts, though. That's the issue too.
Yeah.
Right?
JFresh, check DM.
I know what happens when I see oig.png. I know what I'm in for.
Was it just penises? Did you put balls on a fucking video card?
Here. This is what I just sent to JFresh.
You can compute these nuts. Don't you see?
Oh, Jesus.
Check DM, Gert.
Yeah, I see it. You guys made penis hamburgers. Well done.
I like the second
if
one.
If you have a buddy in the Wall Street Journal, chat them up and ask about the unreported losses with NVIDIA. Thanks for the earnings after party. Yeah, no problem. I don't know anybody at WSJ, but I know... I might know somebody at Financial Times. Maybe they may not still be there. That was a long time ago. Jensen AI seemed like Britannica basic search. Yeah, I mean you're just simplifying. Like I don't really think it's doing any. It's not adding complexity. It's removing complexity and then also removing accuracy. And I think because none of these companies really have any of these cloud systems up and running yet, nobody realizes this yet.
Yeah, I mean that's what really gets me is
I feel like once the ball gets rolling on this, it's gonna deflate really quickly.
I think so too. It's going to take a while still. I think probably another couple quarters. I mean, I'm hoping it deflates sooner than that, but it's going to take a while.
Has NVIDIA really shipped anything besides like that 30 billion in inventory or that 500 million in inventory or whatever it was? 3 billion. It was 3 billion in inventory that got repurposed. But aside from that, like has TSMC even made more than a few of these fucking boxes for them?
I don't know.
I feel like they have like some sales models, but no actual products.
I mean, you'd have to imagine they're making them.
I mean, TSMC's output and incoming orders are flat.
Well, it's also being...
They've guided down like quarter after quarter after quarter.
Yeah, but I mean, NVIDIA makes up a small portion of that, right? So NVIDIA can still be going up while the rest of it's going down.
Do they? I mean, I think NVIDIA, they're making like cores for like each one of these boards is like a shitload of processing units, right? They're like 36,000 units or something in each one, in each like fucking box. That seems like it would create a huge amount of demand through TSMC. I mean, yeah, I get they're making you know, lots of chips for other people, but it's mostly AMD and NVIDIA. And Intel, I guess, I bet.
Did you see that? I want to know why Jensen sold $500 million worth of chips to a farm animal charity.
Yeah, I saw that video. I don't know. They need it. They need the large language model to sort their farm animals.
Okay, JFresh, this last one's kind of funny.
Oh Jesus, it's a lot of dicks.
It'll take more time for people to accept it's a sunk cost than a few quarters. Well, provided any actual products show up. High-level coders use it for basically producing the frame of a house that would ordinarily take a ton of time. It's a big time saver, but honestly, there's no way I'd see NVIDIA actually drawing profit from this. That's more GPT Microsoft. Yeah, right? Like, that's just like the basic, like, chatbot, like the chatbot functions, right? And like they're trained on the code databases.
Yeah, I still question how useful it is for more complicated things, right?
Well, if you're doing something novel, it's useless, right? I mean, I think my biggest fear with AI is that it does become mainstream and then the value of information degrades over time and we never come up with anything novel ever again.
One look at my DMs with JFresh would tell you that that's exactly what's happening.
They're getting better. I mean, that's undeniable. Double head on both of us.
We're gonna have AI techs where all they do is train data, but then you need thousands of experts in possibly very narrow fields sitting around training AI all day. But that again still doesn't create anything novel, right? There's nothing new can ever come from this. It can only reiterate what is already there.
Yeah, you ask. I mean, it's like it's. I mean, it comes back to like you're basically offloading.
It's
you're
not.
front-loading
It's like a technology of stagnation, not.
You're front-loading compute with the promise of less compute later, but you still have to do the compute, and sometimes and because you're doing it in a stupid way, you're doing a lot of extra compute. I mean, I still think thoughtful, rational design is always going to be more efficient than just blasting, just shotgunning everything and then seeing if you could find one that kind of works.
So it's just a better search engine.
It's not though. It costs a lot. Google's got to figure out how they're going to incorporate, Bard and all this shit into search without it destroying their margins.
Yeah.
So Google's kind of screwed in that regard. If they really have to incorporate it into search to stay alive,
they already have, right? Like Bard's already part of Google.
Yeah,
search.
but it's not like if Bard becomes like Google, if it just becomes the essential component of Google, they're really screwed because the margins are terrible.
A lot of us are front-loading investment to try to reach financial stability sooner so we don't have to save as much later. But we're all kind of dumb and doing it wrong, so same like AI.
Yeah.
YOLOing zero DTEs to build, generational wealth is same like AI.
I mean, yeah. I just don't like it. I don't like where it's going, right?
I don't like how deeply the general public has misunderstood what it is. And obviously I think the people to blame is everybody. I mean, there's no wrong right? I mean, the general public is to blame for being so goddamn stupid. Yeah, and then, obviously the snake oil salesmen are to blame for being smarmy, and then, everybody on the outside that knows better is to blame for using it, as a way to jump in on the hype and get attention. There's just nothing really great about it. It's not built from like an organic, well-defined, clear vision. It's just like
I mean, like, how many programmers are sitting around just creating templates over and over again for senior devs to code in? Like, it can't be that many, right? Like, I don't feel like it's replacing that many people.
It's not. I mean, it's making the people who type more. So
Yeah.
like for basic, it's fine, but like that's really all I see generating a revenue from this. Again, like these image creators and stuff, like they could be, you know what? The image generators could be used to make like shoe ads and shit, right? I could see that.
No, it can't. That would be like if it didn't look exactly like the product, they'd just get sued for lying.
Yeah,
Yeah, but eventually they can get that
you're gonna
converted.
use somebody else's like design element that they've trademarked and get fucking
Yeah,
sued,
yeah.
like, or their font, or God knows, right? Like, because it could only
I
pull from
mean,
shit that already
I'll tell you
exists.
this. The only ads I've seen so far that's been AI generated are ads for LLM services and ads for crypto. That's it.
Yeah. I
I've
don't
made
disagree.
I've made stream cards with it.
Well, yeah, but
You know what? There was a funny one I saw. It was an ad for a prompt generator, a Chat GPT prompt generator.
So it's a chatbot that makes prompts. That's
It's
that's
a
the
Chat
first
chatbot.
that's
Chat
the
GPT.
first step in the soft goods factory, Dork. That's step
But I need,
one.
but
And then
my initial
you get a chat
great.
GPT evaluator.
Yeah, that's the thing is my prompt needs to get back. You know what we should do, Gurk? We should make a prompt and then tell it to improve our prompt, and then take that prompt and then tell it to improve that prompt recursively to see what evolves out of it.
You
People
just
have done that.
Yeah, I feel like people have done that.
Yeah.
Wait,
People have played all the stupid games they can think of with the because there's nothing useful to do with it, so you just come up with crazy stupid shit to do with it.
Feedback, like the feedback loop is just so much fun to think about. I would just put in like Peener into Chat GPT and then just have it run in a loop if I could just wire it up in a loop. And then just pull off the plug at one point and sip on it and see what it tastes like.
Oh my god, apparently Sam Altman is still in negotiations to go back to OpenAI.
Is he still in the wind? He's gonna blow away.
I guess he's out at Microsoft, but he's probably going to go back. Maybe who knows?
Why does anybody give a shit? It's not like the guy's ever made anything.
No, he's a college dropout who just did VC stuff. He was like at Y Combinator. He I guess started a failed social network, and then did
So
Y
he's like a
Combinator.
Zuckerberg wannabe.
I don't think he so like Zuckerberg actually like coded and shit. He doesn't do that. He doesn't have skills. He just dropped out. He just dropped out of college because all the cool tech people who were so good at what they were doing, they saw college as an unnecessary step. But he skipped that part of being good at something and just dropped out to look like he was good at something. He's all about just making the appearance of like who's the blood girl?
I can't remember her name.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're
right?
talking about, yeah.
So, he's
like Theranos
just
or whatever.
Yeah, Theranos. He's just
Elizabeth.
Her.
Was it Elizabeth?
Holmes.
Elizabeth
Holmes, yeah. He's just Elizabeth Holmes 2.0. I mean, it's so obvious.
Well, I mean, he's not the only one. And that's honestly like the thing is though is that's kind of like a CEO's, you know, part of their job is being able to sell the product, but like the thing is you have to sell a product like and he's fully bought into it, right? So his skill is being so gullible that he just dives headfirst into it.
I doubt that. I mean, I think he's
I think
he
in
just
on
likes the
game?
attention and the energy. I think he just likes that people are listening to him and feeding his energy, right? I don't think I don't think it's unique to AI. I think he could easily search out that outcome anywhere and he'd be happy.
You don't offboard off a board for a hype man unless they know where the skeletons are buried. Yeah, that's kind of what's got me so interested in the whole situation with Altman is like this guy has no perceptible skills. He's written no papers. He doesn't really even understand probably on a deeper level how the product that he's made actually works, right?
Yeah.
And you know the people he did build a team of people who knew more about those things and were able to build out, let's say, his vision, right? But
yeah, and I will gladly
fine.
call that a valuable skill.
Yeah,
that's necessary and
but,
something that a lot of tech people are not good at.
But when you're playing with that kind of money, he has no actual value to the continuation of the company. So why is everyone trying to keep him under an NDA?
Yeah, he was really useful before Microsoft jumped in, but now that Microsoft's in, he's kind of irrelevant in my mind, right? Other than like the cult of personality.
Well, because money is not an issue anymore, right?
Yeah. He's good at raising money. I mean, I'll gladly say that. He's very talented at getting people interested in something that they otherwise wouldn't be.
Hey guys,
OpenAI doesn't need that anymore.
I put something in both your inboxes too. It's a letter from it's a letter to the board of OpenAI from former employees.
404 page not found.
What?
Yeah.
Did I send you a bad link? I must have. No, that's it. It says message to board.md on your fucking link. Should work.
Nope.
I'm getting nothing.
Really?
I'm just going to type it into Google. OpenAI, or should I type it into Bard?
Here, I'll just paste the plain text into your inbox. How about that?
That works.
There you go. I formatted it terribly, but whatever.
What? Oh god, I'm
No, this is like the letter from. It looks like it was written by ChatGPT.
It was. Yeah, it's pretty poorly formatted, but it's just plain text from the thing. So it's really 404 now. Jesus. I'm gonna refresh.
Oh shit, this is cool.
Yeah, it is 404 now. They deleted it.
So we have the only existing copies.
Probably not.
I'm gonna sell this. I'm gonna sell this as an NFT.
Oh my god.
On the Genie Marketplace. Does
the
Genie Marketplace still exist?
I'll start the bidding for the OpenAI concerned employee letter to the board at $5. Let's be honest. He's selling the Kool-Aid because it's making him money. He's got the parachute plan in place for when this goes the way of Nortel.
What a drop.
Between January 2018 and 2020.
That was a hot drop.
The employee attrition rate was 50%.
They didn't know. Well, those 50% of people that quit didn't know Microsoft was going to hop on board. Right? I'll bid one large language model, worthless. Make it 2. But the second one needs to be trained by the first.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is stupid. I mean, just admit that you're I mean, that's like all of this virtue signaling around OpenAI is also a huge red flag. It's like, oh, we're doing this for the benefit of mankind. We have to be nonprofit so we can be safe with this.
Well, it's like twofold, right? It's like virtue signaling and then like fear mongering at the same time. It's like one article is about how this is gonna like expand humanity's ability to create. And we're going to become such a productive society that will move beyond the, like wage slave environment of today into a brighter future. And then the next one's like, AI is going to kill you all. There is no future.
You know what they've done?
What?
They have finally created the perfect fear boner.
Interesting.
they've created it, like it now exists. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with that, I have to go get my child from daycare.
Sending you one last DM.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna end this because we've been going on way too long. Guys,
Yeah.
have a good night, everybody. Thanks, Dork and JFresh, for
Thanks
hanging
for having us,
around.
bud.
I'll see you guys
Yep.
tomorrow. Later.
Yep.